take this for a ride. All my women kings, frankly, we do what we like. Wait for the drop, we don't take losses. All of my women are bosses. Clap, 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 clap. You know that we never lack. See how hard that I go. See how hard that I go. We got the goods, yeah, I know. We got the goods, yeah, I know. See how hard that I go. See how hard that I go. We got the goods, yeah, I know. We got the goods, yeah, I know. Clap, 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 clap. Turn around and bring it back. Clap, 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 clap. Spin around and bring it back. Put some gasolina. Shut down big arenas. I got kick like Zena. Shut down big arenas. Wait for the drop, we don't take losses. All of my women are bosses. Clap, 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 clap. You know that we never lack. See how hard that I go. See how hard that I go. We got the goods, yeah, I know. We got the goods, yeah, I know. See how hard that I go. See how hard that I go. We got the goods, yeah, I know. We got the goods, yeah, I know. See how hard that I go. See how hard that I go. We got the goods, yeah, I know. We got the goods, yeah, I know. See how hard that I go. See how hard that I go. We got the goods, yeah, I know. We got the goods, yeah, I know.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
At first you made me feel very safe, but then I realized one took and one gave.
Hey.
At first you had a healing power, but then your face changed hour by hour.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
At first you made me feel very safe, but then I realized one took and one gave.
Hey. Yeah.
At first a hypnotizing smile,
Hey.
but then I forgot all
Yeah.
about you for a while. wanna be
Yeah. Warrior. The mentality to never give up, never give in. To the death. For the life of me. Warrior.
I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. Like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Yeah, I was born for it. Now I'm ready for the war. Ain't no turning back now, no, I can't back down. Can't run nowhere, gotta stand up. Right hand on your chest for your valor. Kneel down to no man, ice running through my veins cause I'm cold-hearted. Look what they done started. I'm sharp with my aim. The best in the game. On fire, hot like a flame. wild like a beast. I can't be tamed, no. So stuck in my ways for the truth, I can't be changed. I'm a warrior, I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got nothing left, no. Like a warrior, I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got nothing left, no. I was born for it, I was born to rise, I was born to fly, I was born to climb, I was born to get it, I was born to shine, I was born to live it. Like a warrior, like a warrior, like a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war for ya. To my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No. Yeah, easy.
Target
the jump. I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'ma blow, and I'ma pop. Y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks. And I'm gonna die before I quit. I gotta take action to get stagnant, and they stopping it too many been passive, and they lost it. The rappers, I move backwards, and they honest. Ain't gonna right back and to make profit, and accurate, new acumen makes options. Meaning the accountant can be rounded when you call it a place. Everything I'm mounted in my cost. Moving with $2 in my pocket. Proving the pace you looking exhausted. Truth is Greg Newman, they can't copy. Do what I must do so they can't stop. Trying to keep cool while they keep talking. Do what I must do, switches up often. I pivot, meaning I'm a tactician when I'm in it. Circling the cul-de-sac, I'm drifting. And I got all night down no vision. Meaning I'm different. Meaning when they talk, they pay attention. Meaning they gon' pay for every cent. And I'm going to commas, to Kansas. And I'm going worldwide when they all mention. Black boy with a book dream and a lesson. A black man with a sharp mind is a weapon. Yeah. 10 toes down from the jump. I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'ma blow, and I'ma pop. Y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks. And I'm gonna die before I quit.
Can't get out of my head. 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 Get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Get out of my head.
What's going on in my head? I can't see clearly. I've tried to breathe like you said, but can't calm down. And now my thoughts take a run. My mind feels weary. I try to feel what is real, but can't slow down.
Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Get out of my head. Can't 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 get out of my head.
Building the energy, feel the electricity. Whole world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All in the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, feel electricity. Out of this world magnetic, charged up, come get it. Interdimensional, it's so incredible. Breaking the rules kinetic, this work, go get it. It's sensational, generational. It feels electric. It feels electric. Electric. feels electric. Electric. It feels electric. Electric. Feel the energy, feel the electricity. All world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All in the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, and electricity. Feel the energy, feel the electricity. All world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All in the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, and electricity.
In pitch black darkness, you illuminate. I walk in shadows, you scream my name. You lure me in like a magnet. You keep me safe. I need to return to you. I'll be surrounded by other schools. No one leaves me out like you do. I need to return to you. Coming home and dig up my jewels. No one leaves me out like you do. In the end, all I want is you.
May.
Hot stuff in my veins, rock stockings. I change, don't ask for my pain. Get some jeans, some rains. Third time when I get up, little boy, G'd up. I'm deaf, don't speak up. Dropped up, down, they need us. 台北太平洋里 can't nobody set me free. 给我一个思路 break. I just wanna live liquid now. Silver planet, silver night, hit that new topic overnight. 不用介绍，由来全都流进我口袋。想太多是不斟酌 ，make simple simple。除了我，还有谁存活？关我屁事，都别问我。不接受建议是我的建立，不需要你庇护，背着我就小心你的，记住。Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Crush,
Liquid,
liquid,
yeah.
liquid,
Liquid,
yeah.
liquid,
Crush,
liquid,
liquid,
liquid.
yeah.
Basta, pack it up.
핑크를 자신을 우리 파생 뒤춘다 두가 popop 你们相信力不过我起跳在车前的转一点半飘你们相信边角料在我切个钻石之间消耗看看那些小动物牵条脚可以下面会被分销掉 drip drop drip 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 drop 没有的跳能需要 visa 有时我也忘了密码开始 pray like a diva 活着在很多的 Venus 没让我再次陷入迷茫他就从来给我启发喂没什么可骂些了一句问号都不想要啊可能有像那个创业家也有烦忙忙的接电话 Basta 全部都我拍秀 Basta 不理会你爱却 TikTok 我的表站在镜子 zigzag 你看不清我秀秀
Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Crush
Liquid,
liquid
book, I've seen the ending. The flames, they dance across the sky. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. But here I'm stuck in time, pretending. A prisoner of reasons why. All this time these promises, they make me feel like it's so real again. Promises remind me of, they take me back to when we both knew what we wanted beneath the setting sun. Promises, I promise there'll be no more promises. A plan for silent insurrection. Oh, oh, oh. Cut off before it could take flight. I'll fall back to these promises. They make me feel like it's so real again.
Makes it to the international stage. The resets are pouring in. The arrows are more through. Now for the upset.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Mid-Season Invitational 2024. Let's go again. T1 versus TL today, still in the lower bracket, meaning the loser goes home. And I can imagine that that pressure for the current world champion T1 is so high. TL, on the other hand, I mean, they're coming off a great win versus Fnatic. Their confidence must be higher than when they started the tournament, and maybe today is another magical day for the West. My name is Shox, and I'm joined by Emily and by Jat. Do you share that excitement? I do.
No, I'm really nervous. And you're in this situation yesterday. Like, I'm kind of excited, but I really don't want to see them lose. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
I went through hell yesterday.
There you go. You know how the feeling.
But I came out on the other end happy. I mean, it was a crazy day. Let's go back to it for just a second. Of course, G2 Esports 3-0 versus top. I mean, even if it was rumored to be close, this was insane.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is how it happened, right? Because I know talking to certain people in the Chinese fan community, they were like, we definitely can see that G2 will beat top. A lot of people, myself included, were saying G2 3-2. But the way they did it, there's you. Congrats.
No, I'm totally
the way
not biased.
they did it, the the way they did it through the bot lane in particular, I think was so disparate compared to like my expectations of how G2 would win. It was an insanely impressive win for them from draft to execution, and it was fun to watch.
It was definitely fun to watch, albeit a little stressful.
I did a whole podcast on it because the gap that they have to overcome is so great, and they're just such an exceptional team. They max out everything they can, and they also find unique advantages to be able to get an edge on these teams. I do wonder how far they can go. I actually do think they have a chance to win the whole thing.
Great video. Go check out JLXP.
Thank you.
This is the lower bracket as it stands now, Emily.
Yeah, and so G2 will face the winner of this game, which is really interesting. And I think for T1, obviously, like you said, defending world champions, there's a lot of pressure on them, especially after their loss to BLG.
Definitely is, but this is the schedule for the next couple of days. We will see tomorrow. We also still get CHENGDU versus BLG, which is really, really hype. I think we're being really spoiled, and I hope this one also lives up to expectations. And I am particularly excited to see what the mid laner for TL, APA, is going to bring onto the Rift in terms of his banter. And we're going to have a little tea ceremony. Chengdu is the capital of tea in China. I have a special type of tea. I'm just going to...
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna Red Bull it up. So basically, we're gonna take a look at some of his statements versus Fnatic specifically, and the amount of sips means how hot you think the tea was. Okay. That works. Here we go. First one. APA on ASOL. You're trolling on stage, and humanoid on play. Yeah. APA, nice counter pick. One sip.
Yeah.
Just a refreshing bit of trash talk.
Yeah.
I say, just a nice introduction to
starter,
the flavors.
let's say.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. The next one, APA, G2 can't carry you forever, and Impact going, whoa. That one hurts, actually.
Okay, my favorite part of this, though, is Oscar saying, take care, APA, maybe you're going home soon, which is like, he's trying to sneak it in, but then Humanoid chimes in with, well, one of us is lol, lol, lol.
Yeah, he's already looking at business class upgrades.
Yeah.
He's saying, we're out of here.
This one is more spicy because it actually just breathes confidence and fear. So you can see how the series went just by reading this chat log.
Yeah, and it hurts a little bit, right?
Spicy.
All that one team region banter. Next up, we have APA saying, what are you guys doing? You don't want to win, Razor?
So
I think it was already over by then, was it? Oh yeah, oh no.
I love the pinging respawn. That's why that one got me. I mean, you can't take Razork anywhere either if he's going to run it down like that.
It's true. It's true. I love the pinging. And we have one more. It was actually something that was sent out by APA earlier today on Twitter. No. On X, sorry.
Oh, no. I'm not even sipping for this. What the hell is this?
Yeah.
No, put that away. Faker's English is better than you think. You don't have to worry about zipping it.
Yeah, I would be quite disappointed if he doesn't do it today.
So I will say this about APA. He is weirdly he's more respectful than I think he gets credit for in a lot of situations.
But you can't tell me that after everything I've seen.
He is a grinder, but if he recognizes that someone is better than him, he will. Like he did it with Palafox earlier, where he's just like, I can't trash talk Palafox anymore. He owns me.
Throwing in the towel. But yeah, he did complete a really big feat a couple of days ago.
He did. So APA, he's the second NA-born mid to win a best of 5 at MSI or Worlds, and the first to do it in the main stage. But he should have a reason to feel confident. He should have a reason to feel proud, especially when a lot of people didn't even think he should be on the team this year, but he's proven all those people wrong.
Also, TL's first win in a best of 5 at MSI since 2019, and we have some photos of what APA looked like back then, what he was up to, and I'm really excited to see it. Okay.
Oh, wrestling.
Wrestling. All right.
Going to the airport.
Smoozing the camera.
I mean, this, compared to some of the other 5 years ago pictures, this definitely looks almost more than 5 years ago, these photos of APA.
And it's current.
Yeah.
Awesome. I would take Glow Up. Also on the Rift.
Yeah,
looking good.
He's an athletic guy. Okay. Like he's got some biceps on him.
All right. Well, maybe we'll see that later. Let's get a little bit more serious. It is elimination day today, and as I started off the day with, for T1 specifically and the expectations, it would be such a disappointment if they get knocked out here in this matchup. Emily, where do you land on what you've seen from them when we look at the BLG series?
Yeah, I think specifically with BLG enacted kind of a strategy that we've seen CHENGDU do domestically against T1, which is basically be able to ban out certain picks, especially Azir Figure, Ori, and Ashe on blue side, and then make it so that it's really, really difficult for FLICKR to play the game. Like, I know afterwards Shun was talking about how he was like, we specifically, and obviously we had that mid lane ban Apocalypse in game 4, but they were saying we specifically wanted to target FLICKR because he is kind of the position around which everything else on T1 happens, right?
Yeah, we know how much of a shot caller FLICKR is and how much he can read the game and decide if a fight is won or lost, and it's just harder for him to do that if he's behind. So I think going into this series, we might actually end up seeing like maybe up to 5 mid lane bans even in the first phase, because not only do I think Team Liquid is going to copy the ban strategy that BOG had, but I think T1 is probably going to be banning Aurelion Sol and Ziggs.
Yep.
So then we'll see if the Taliyah or the Tristana become big. But what's going to happen if we do see all those mid lane bans is it's going to be a lot about the bot lane performance.
Yes.
Because that means that Gumayusi and Keria basically get whatever they want that's not Ashe, and Yon and CoreJJ just have to rise to that challenge, because I think that is the strategy they should go in with. Obviously, if they get punched really hard in game 1, if this is Team Liquid, they might drop some of those mid bans later and start banning the bot lane, but I think their game 1 strat should be the same as Gen G's.
It's kind of a nice callback to yesterday, right? Because that was also for G2 kind of a key to victory, and a question mark if that could happen. So we should, I mean, give them the same trust, I want to say, to the bot lane, because they did great versus Fnatic, so maybe that is a way in. But of course, their bot lane is incredibly, incredibly consistent.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing is that Guma, Keria are obviously a very, very formidable bot lane. I think with some of these picks specifically, I know Lucian, Nami, obviously, Yon and Core had a really, really strong performance on that. So I'm curious to see where that lands in this draft as well, because Keria is just so flexible too that he can kind of throw anything in draft sometimes, and it's a wrench.
Definitely can, but let's take a look at our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, FLICKR versus Impact.
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, former teammates TL Impact and T1 FLICKR will now face each other on opposite sides of the rift.
The 20-minute game for SK Telecom. They will be the Season 3 World Champions.
Impact has proven that he shows up when it matters most. As a veteran leader, Impact and TL are looking to silence any doubters.
There it is again. Impact is getting in trouble. And is going to be shredded along with Jackie Lemonade. A double kill on Impact.
The undisputed GOAT of LoL Esports hasn't yet looked like the unkillable Demon King this MSI. To avoid being sent home by his former teammate, he will need to reclaim his form in this series. Impact thrives under pressure, and FLICKR is just the right opponent to provide it.
Shockwave only lands on one, its owner, not the target. The G2 wanted, and FLICKR has had enough.
After lifting the World Trophy together in 2013, who will have the upper hand 11 years later?
It's Throwback Central here at MSI today. Look at this.
That's so crazy. I mean, I'm glad we're celebrating this, because obviously in League of Legends, we often celebrate rookies, like new hotshots coming in. Back in 2013, FLICKR was that hotshot playing alongside Impact, and now here they are in 2024, still playing. We also had Maple earlier, 3 players who played at 2013 Worlds at this MSI event.
Incredible. Also the different paths they've taken. FLICKR, unbelievable consistency, being T1's mid laner the entire time, and Impact on his magical journey in North America, staying on so many different teams, always being a top performer and making it to the international stage.
Yeah, there's the quote also for FLICKR about every time running into honor off the rift. It is just amazing. Of course, the best of luck between these two, but how much can this impact a matchup? I mean, in terms of Impact being always a stalwart that you can absolutely count on, and dare I say it, FLICKR, who has not had a good tournament so far in terms of bracket stage. In fact, he had the most isolated deaths of anyone, but he's tied with Caps. But Caps won.
That's actually a very fun stat.
It is.
I think the big thing is that both of these players I trust to regroup and kind of be in-game leaders on their respective teams. I think it's really important that both of them seem to have like unshakable mental. I know you and I have joked about this with Impact and LCS. Obviously, FLICKR is FLICKR. So yeah, I expect them to both show up today.
Absolutely, it's going to be a great matchup. I did. I was on a team with them. This guy is so knowledgeable about the game and so stubborn in his views, but it's a good thing his views are right, because otherwise it would be a problem.
Otherwise it would be indeed. And let's see what our fans at home think in the MasterCard fan prediction of the day. They were correct yesterday. I think the most correct out of of anyone with their percentages.
Okay.
So let's see if we agree with them.
Huh.
Oh, yeah.
80-20.
I mean, T1, I understand why FLICKR has like a couple fans that might not be using logic to decide their pick and just pick him no matter what. You know, I can understand that.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, but it's tricky because this is the logical thought you would have when you look at the pedigree of the players on T1, but there's something about me that says that they feel a little bit shaky.
Absolutely, and it's just because of the performance that they've shown so far, going to 5 games against G2, getting 3-1 by BLG, but it's in the manner with which it happened and FLICKR's inconsistency, especially because his regular season was so much more dominant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing, I'm looking at draft, but the other thing with this T1 team specifically, we saw them lose domestically, right, in that 0-3 to Hanwha. Obviously, there were other extenuating circumstances around it, but there's no other team that I trust as much as T1, and there's no other player I trust as much as FLICKR to be able to like recover, kind of pull the team together and overcome that. So I'm once again going against my own region. Theoretically.
I mean,
I kind of sub in wherever, but obviously I think it's going to be T1 3-1.
Okay.
I do really trust this team to be able to look at the BLG series, see what went wrong, look at BLG's strategy, regroup, and be able to perform very well against TL.
So I actually don't agree with you because people might think that FLICKR is a little sluggish, but people thought that last year when Pobby was mid lane and he wasn't going to come back, and look what happened. They went all the way to the World Championship. They've been through this before, and listen, it's just so insurmountable what Team Liquid has to do. Like, FLICKR is unbeatable. You can just ban APA out. Yon and Core, I don't even understand how Yon got that job to be Core's AD carry. Also, Korea versus North America, better solo queue, better public transportation, better healthcare. Kimchi's better. It's free. You can go to the restaurant, eat as much as you want. There's no chance that Team Liquid wins this one.
I see what you're doing, and I like it.
Yeah, that is hilarious.
Yes,
You're hilarious.
I'm getting the prediction correct.
3-0
There's no
for
way it's
John
anything
Jack.
else.
I have to say, I was going back and forth so much because yesterday kind of opened my eyes, and I also thought back to 2019, to this TL, and I ended up not doing it, and I don't know if I'm going to regret it, not voting for Team Liquid, but you kind of have to vote for FLICKR. You kind of have to vote for the world champion, but it's up to TL to really subvert expectations even more and bring home maybe one of the best days in any history.
And more seriously, I hope that Team Liquid plays with patience, because I do think they have the ability within them to win this series if a few things go their way. So as long as they're not trying to overforce it, it gives them the best chance of winning.
Okay. We see signs. They're really just going to have to
Exhale,
step up and
take
it slow and make it happen. The world champion is on the other side. The loser goes home today. Team Liquid versus T1.
아무래도 롤 플레이를 해보신 분들 알겠지만 모든 플레이를 성공할 수는 없다고 생각하고.
The wall, and there is a killing spree for Knight. FLICKR is just dead. He had nowhere to go.
실패도 당연히 나올 수 있다고 생각하고요. 다음에 좋은 플레이가 나올 수도 있기 때문에 그렇게 계속 플레이하는 것 같습니다.
Against Tion, it's gonna be kind of tough series, but these days they're kind of shaky. When FLICKR is doing bad, I feel bad too, because I understand. It's my ex-teammate.
임팩트 선수랑 월드 우승도 같이 하고 지금까지 계속 만나와서 좋은 선수인 것 같습니다.
Fnatic against the wall. Team Liquid are here to defend North America's honor.
I'm happy I didn't choose to go back to SK, because I showed that I can get trophy 6 times now. Proud of myself, you know.
이번 MSI에서는 아무래도 좀 언더독 팀들도 되게 잘하는 것 같고, 그리고 되게 팀마다 그런 전략도 다르고 해서 너무 재밌는 것 같습니다.
Team Liquid and the team fight are so damn clean.
하하가 어쨌든 적을 만나게 됐고 내가 너를 보면서 조금 많이 배웠던 것 같기도 해.
원영아, 다시 만나서 반갑고 좋은 경기 했으면 좋겠다.
This time, we'll finish the job and lift the trophy for NA.
Confident words there from Team Liquid as we get on into TL versus T1, an elimination game, and a game where I think a lot of people didn't expect T1 to be in this portion of the bracket so soon.
I mean, T1 themselves, they were very, 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 very unhappy with losing and getting put down here. The interviews after that series, I feel kind of scared right now because we're going to get a very angry T1.
Yeah, and as a lot of us skating teams as well, T1, when they're angry, can be quite scary. At the same time, though, I gotta say, T1, we've seen them have so many ups and downs over like the last couple of years. This roster has been together for a really, really, really long time at this point, particularly in League, where rosters swap out so often. And this match is really going to tell us, is this just going to be another blip? Because again, yes, they lost, and I didn't have a great showing, but it was also against BLG, who are still the tournament favorite, at worst second. We'll see today if T1 can bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, the analyst desk, they were all T1. Most of the fan vote was T1 as well.
Never happens.
Everybody is expecting the world champions, to come in and clean house here versus Team Liquid. But I will also say, in 2019, everybody expected the world champion Invictus Gaming to also clean house versus Team Liquid. They upset IG then, they kicked them out, they made it to finals, so miracles can happen. Now the question is, can they happen right now?
Yeah, we got miracle yesterday. Yesterday, guys, because I think G2
I don't know
winning.
what you're talking about.
Well, okay.
It's an expected result, Chronicle.
G2 winning, that I don't think a lot of people would have been completely shocked by that. A 3-0,
Yeah, the result
that's
was
a little bit of a
surprising.
miracle.
I can give you that. TL looking to make probably the biggest upset in MSI history since that IG victory all those years ago that took them to the finals against G2. And what a new look lineup it is for TL as well, with the introduction of Yon, of Appa, of Umpty this year as well. A lot of faith being put in the native NA talent who have been carrying them through this MSI.
And they are at the centerpiece of the draft as well as in-game. A lot of questions around mid lane coming into this series because FLICKR, of course, not having the best series and getting pressed a little bit in their last one on his champion pool. Team Liquid, they're trying to keep up with that. The Azir, the Ahri remain banned. The only other difference before was that T1 were banning the Ahri themselves, and so that it further weakened that mid lane champion pool, but they're not going to do it this time around.
One of the biggest questions is, what is the priority going to be? And it is indeed going to be Talia, the one champion that FLICKR has looked decent on. APA, both his trademark picks are currently up. I love this plan from TL. This is something that Gen G, I think, started doing the most way back in LCK, just targeting out FLICKR. Also, specifically that Lucian ban against a lot of Western teams, I don't feel like that is necessarily a thing, but Yon has looked, I think, like the best Western Lucian by a pretty large margin, so him not getting access to that is definitely big.
So do they want to go with the Kalista or the Senna angle here? Because T1, we were spamming Senna previously.
Oh, yeah.
And super high priority on it, but because of the losses, maybe the priority there has dropped, and I do like TL taking away the Kalista side of it here. So now you get T1 and Guma. Does he actually want to go Senna, or do they want to go with the Varus and do one of the Varus lanes? Looks like they're still on the Senna train here. Previous to the last series, this was a remarkable pick for T1. It's just that BLG gave him a little thing to think about.
BLG really punished them harder than I think a lot of teams have been able to.
Certainly.
That for me was one of the big questions coming into the series, because T1 has talked a lot about, I feel like the meta read wasn't necessarily up to par. For many people, I think, they were expecting this Senna to possibly be on the chopping block as well. Another big talking point has been the TF. As this Ornn is locked in, obviously, most likely, gonna go towards Keria.
Exactly.
I love the way you say obviously for that. It's like in any other region, it's like, okay, Ornn likely a top laner, but that is definitely a Keria pick.
Yeah, when paired with the Senna there, the farming Ornn. Now we turn our sights towards the Cassante. Picked up here, blind Cassante. You're expecting the 2 protection bans now coming out. Zeus can play a lot of the counters. I mean, the range champions are the first things you think of, the Twisted Fate and the Vayne, but also we have seen the Camille have success, and I want to keep bringing up the Poppy because I think flexible Poppy is a very valuable pick as well.
I would love to see a Zac ban here. I think that, particularly when you have Senna with double frontline, obviously if you get a control in the early to mid game, you can kind of run away with the game, but come late game...
You're more scared of that than the Vayne?
Ooh, that's a very good question. Yeah, maybe the Vayne is something that you want to play.
The Zeus special, he was on that train so early.
I know, he was, and he is, I think, also one of the best ranged top laners in the or players in the LCK. We'll see Zac or Vayne. Both of them make a lot of sense here. To me, it's going to be the Vayne, like you were talking about. Zac, to me, makes a lot of sense. Would mean that Owner has to play a damage jungler, but that's something that generally, outside of the Rel, he has looked better on. Anyway, Rel obviously isn't real anymore.
I think you'd be very comfortable on something like the Viego here. If you do end up picking in that Zac, you have good engage potential with the Zac. You have the follow-up with the Call of the Forge God. You have the Viego jumping in. You immediately look for those resets. Rel banned away by T1 against CoreJJ in that support role. TL likely to pick their jungler here and then leave support for last pick. Lee Sin, a possibility. Poppy's still open for T1 though. And I feel if you pick Lee Sin when you've already got K'Sante and Kalista, you are inviting a Poppy out of T1.
That's what I mean, the Poppy has kind of traumatized me for this tournament. It's been locked in so effectively. It's definitely one of the ones swirling around. You mentioned the Zac as well, definitely a possibility. The Camille, I think the possibilities of playing side lanes when you have a Taliyah and a Camille could also be quite effective. Team Liquid will lock in the jungle first here, though. No surprises here. The Zin's out, locked up for Umpty. And now will be the response. What you gonna have for us, Zeus? Some spicy? I like the side lane play.
Camille gives you so much pressure later on in the game as well. We even saw yesterday Broken Blade getting shut down in the early game and doing most of the damage for his team. So there's the Camille locked in alongside, point and click. If you wanted to go Vi here, we see it banned so many times. Viego, as we said, also a possibility for T1.
A lot of really interesting decisions here. Obviously, the Vi, the strongest with specifically the Taliyah, a lot of extra dive. If you end up going for something like the Viego, you're going to be playing more for resets. Owner's Poppy, though, has historically been amazing. He's been really, really strong on this pick and was one of the big things that in the series against G2 in particular.
This is something that Core started practicing as soon as Team Liquid went to Korea. Korea solo queue is spamming the support Galio. They were actually practicing it in 3 roles. In solo queue. I really, really hope that we actually get the lock in here, because this would also bring me back to 2019 MSI, where he also played Galio support. It's not going to be the lock in, though. He's toying with us, and it is the Alistar in the end.
Gives you a little bit more tankiness, a little bit more engaged potential, but you do want to avoid the first couple of levels in a lane against something like a Senna and an Ornn. Wouldn't be surprised if we do see a lane swap coming out from TL just to get that Kalista and Alistar to a comfortable spot for the 2v2 lane.
Top side for T1 in particular looking extremely lethal. The combination of Camille, Poppy, and Taliyah in the early game. A lot of CC, a lot of upfront burst, a lot of power there. Towards the top side, I think that the Ornn is much weaker than what we normally see from Keria, which is that Tahm Kench. But the Tahm Kench, even though Keria is a great paladin, didn't really end up working out in the series against BLG. I think that's one of the large reasons why they have dropped it, instead opting for more of a 5v5 style. T1 trying to re-find some of the confidence that I think was lost in that BLG series. I'm just happy to see that there's a way to kill K'Sante. Yesterday's series, when I saw that swap away of the Camille to bot, I'm like, how are we gonna kill it? And they didn't, as it turned out. They didn't kill K'Sante, and it was a really big problem.
Can be a struggle, and a struggle indeed to take on T1. They have been under the cosh a little bit at this MSI, underperforming, I think, in many people's estimations. But for TL, this would be a David versus Goliath sort of story. It would be biblical if they managed to take down the current world champions. They almost did it. Remember, at Worlds last year, Pyosik got out to that lead against T1. TL weren't quite able to close it. Now with a new look jungler, the general ordering his directions out to the rest of the team. Can TL take this series or even take a game against T1?
All right, Team Liquid, they did accomplish one very critical thing in Champion Select, and that is to get Appa on his Aurelion Soul, one of his main champions. We shall see how he fares against FLICKR this time around. Last year at Worlds, of course, we made a very big deal out of his solo kill that he did get. But let's take a look at game number 1 here in this opening of this series. Owner already poking around.
I love me some lane swaps though. CoreJJ already up here. Yon coming in from the side as well. Owner down to half HP, has to burn the flash. Nimbus Cloak will get him out with a phase rush. But that's Owner's flash down. TL investing towards this top side. Keria nowhere near the rest of his team. He's still down in bot. Stardust picked up for Appa. He's at 4. TL looking for the invade.
Yeah, they're going to continue on to try and split that jungle for their lane swap here. Keep Yon up on the top side. They did not get the last hit on that ward that was up by Raptors. And so that one did remain, the extra golden experience there. And let's track Zeus and see what this Camille can get done in a lane swap, because it's been hiding around on the side of TL, and Zeus is actually poking around. If the top laners can soak up experience, is one of the biggest W's in lane swaps. And if you look at the minimap right now, the Camille's hovering around. It's going to be hard for him to actually get in range of minions to soak up experience, but he's kind of looking to do so. Meanwhile, Impact is just sitting in lane doing so.
Yeah, but one of the great things about Senna is you can move around the map a lot when you are going for these lane swaps. You get those absolution fragments, those souls from just being around any of the camps. As the flash has to come out from APA. Zeus takes a tower shot.
And he did have to flash that, because if the stun hits, then you're going to get the follow-up from FLICKR, the seismic shove.
Zeus cosplaying the Camille support there, just running around, eating people. Do see him getting spotted here. This should come as no surprise for TL. Possibility of Impact getting over here. Already took a decent amount of damage.
Can he get to level 2? He's very close to level 2 because he was soaking really early on. He does get that.
Will he have the Pathmaker? Going to back away. Owner looking for the stun into the wall, lands it. Impact down to about 150 HP. Owner still chasing. No flash, remember, on him. Impact holding the ghost and just walks away.
I kind of like how Owner just walked at him and S-keyed for a second to try and fake him out and see if he was going to get the ability to draw. In the end, Impact still walks away, though. And he did kind of sneak a level, but now we have the collapse on the opposite side, too.
Towards the top end of the map, this entire wave is going to get absorbed by the turret.
That's so 3 waves, basically, that have just died to that tower. Meanwhile, though, Owner look for Appa in the mid lane. Seismic Shove will knock him back. The chase continues as TL are on the board.
This is why the jungle Poppy was such a menace. Those level 3 ganks are insanely tough to deal with, and AP with already his flash forced is a sitting duck against the Poppy of Owner.
Really good precision of an attack here in mid lane. They denied so much CS to Aurelion Sol here. FLICKR able to follow up and get the seismic shove afterwards. Even though the Poppy stun does not hit into the turret, they still get the seismic shove. They still get the kill there.
One of the big things that you do get with the Senna, even though T1 were completely unable to use it due to the pressure of BLG and just how aggressive in general they play, is that you do have a support, even with Spellbook, that has teleport. So moving around the map is a lot easier for Carrier than it is for Core, leading to now a pretty decent sized level lead. We'll see if Yon is able to catch up with that, as right now we are looking at standard 2v2 lanes here towards the top half of the map. Cordo did soak a little bit more than Guma did, who was walking around early trying to, and successfully forcing APA's flash.
Nice little dash back there by Impact away from Zeus, who's going in with the hookshot wall dive. Core chasing forward, not going to go for the engagement. He's been hovering around this top side for a long time, but FLICKR finds the flash seismic shove. Appa pulled back with a heroic charge, and Owner gets the second kill for T1.
Oh, FLICKR's locked in today. They slam the Taliyah first pick, and they are rewarded. Another kill onto APA, who now has no teleport, who still had no flash. Just insane stuff here on the mid pressure from T1.
He's sitting at 16 CS already. FLICKR, who was one of the more criticized members of T1, individually is not having the greatest performance. This time his team giving him so much more help. Now sitting on a 600-700 gold lead here with this Taliyah in the best position you could possibly imagine this early in the game.
Also shutting down one of the big win cons for Team Liquid. Like, APA on this Aurelion Sol is a menace when he can get stacked up, when he can get, 200, 300 stacks and start to zone out entire portions of the map. Here, already sitting 0 and 2 and only at 15 starters, as Carrier uses the Bellows Breath to avoid the knock into the wall. Will be stunned up, but only loses half his health.
Really smart from T1 too, because it makes it harder for APA to type in chat if he keeps on dying and going back to base.
When it's a gray screen, you have a lot more time to type, don't you?
Oh, does it make it easier? Yeah.
So I think it's easier, but it also lessens impact.
True. Owner being chased out here by Umpty, who's just looking to steal away these Razor Beaks. T1 have a man advantage as Gumiyushi is shadowing FLICKR in the mid lane. Smite will come down, Umpty secures it. Owner's just trying to be as much of a nuisance as possible as the grubs are going to spawn. And T1 look to make those their main objective.
Yeah, I mean, it shifts the whole game so much when you have this amount of mid pressure. Just so many minions lost there from Team Liquid, but it looks like on the top side, they have Core and Umpty poking around here. No, they don't have Smite though for a Smite steal.
I really think
as well.
Also, the difference between having a Senna who can roam around and an Alistar who can roam around. The Senna gets things from being near her jungler whilst he's taking camps, can go to mid, take souls, leech a little bit of XP. Alistar doesn't have that same luxury. So even though, you know, so far it's a grub apiece, TL will get there second. You can see Gumayushi already at 15 stacks, even when he hasn't actually been laning against anyone for the majority of this game. APA is going to try and get away, but the Flash Steadfast Presence pulls him back. Still no flash for him. And the Dragon is sent to the stars. FLICKR on the board.
I can't watch anymore! Turn it off, guys! Oh my god, it's brutal in mid lane. FLICKR, the GOAT, is putting his foot down, and the rest of T1 are coming to help.
Owner on this Poppy was one of the picks that T1 didn't seem to pay a lot of attention to in the series against G2, that they used it with incredible effects, and T1's, you know what? Okay, it's fine. We'll accept the fact that this pick is indeed really strong, and it's Owner who's consistently aggressive as Yawn.
That's a flash away from the call of the Forge God. Gumayushi was there to chase as well.
And when BLG, they had been pressing mid lane champion pool and they were trying to pressure FLICKR more, they were trying to prioritize early picks on the Taliyah, but since T1 are on blue side, they were able to lock that one in, and then all of the visits from Owner and all the extra pressure here, this should be just such a very, very smooth and easy mid game for T1 to transition into.
The question is, how do they do that, and how do TL try and react to it? Because TL are very good at reading what their opponents are going to do and then trying to catch them out. Zeus caught out a little bit here. Core JJ will force him to recall in a different position, but it looks to me like T1 are investing in this bottom side right now. Kerry is moving across, and it's likely to be a play around a first trade.
As TL, I think you're kind of looking to try and utilize the amount of upfront burst you can get from Core finding a combo, APA throwing his ult on top of that, and then Umti trying to split up the fight. You can't take a straight up upfront fight at this point. You need to try and find a numbers advantage somehow. That's one of the things where the Taliyah is so big. It's because it makes it so much harder to find those opportunities. Add to that the fact that there's a Poppy in the game who can very easily turn fights in your favor in terms of numbers as well. And it makes it really hard for TL to pick up the Drake here, as obviously the earlier grubs, they actually were able to relatively successful contest. So when it comes to objectives, TL still able to get a whole lot done. When it comes to getting gold on the map, they are struggling.
Yeah, they got to focus on their early tools. Their early tools are the Kalista lane, like you're talking about, and the Xin Zhao combination. Umti getting level 6 is a possibility for them to actually work some magic if they could play off of the duo lane. But mid lane is very, very risky for them. Owner continuing to focus over here, just always hovering, always looking for these flash plays or the Hex flash plays.
J looking to catch out Owner as he moves towards his bot side jungle, but he realizes enemy bot's missing, enemy jungle's missing, probably don't want to step in there. There's no camps there for him to take either. Gumayushi and Kerry are just answering the pressure from Team Liquid. You can see Zeus moving down from top as well. I was wondering whether he'd look for APA again in the mid lane, try and get that flash down. Instead, just walks over to the Scuttle Crab, sees it's not there, and backs away.
Man, every single seismic shove with no setup is landing, and those rocks are painful.
Says a lot when APA is feeling pressured to ult just to make sure that he clears the wave, that he gets his back in. He's been just sitting on mercs. That's all he's got for the last couple of waves, so he's just not able to reliably trade back. One of the big things with this ASOL, we've seen Chovy in particular do really well, is if you get through the early laning phase, you can actually have a lot of pressure in the 1v1. But because T1 has focused him so relentlessly, yes, it's gotten FLICKR ahead, but it also means that this ASOL, as with many of these stacking champions, like once you get set behind in the early game, it takes so much longer to hit your benchmarks.
I think next goal here we're going to have on the map is going to be T1 getting their 4 grubs. Remember, they reduced the grub count that you need to get the extra Void Might down to 4 from 5. So off of the first one that they got, just gank mid here for a little bit of mid pressure, push that in, and then go up to the grubs and try and secure the rest of that objective for themselves. I mean, those mites really do help out. When you're running the Taliyah and the Camille, we talked about this in Champion Select, but the possibility of opening up the mid game so that side lane play and the extra pushing power there would go a very long way.
And you can see, after getting mid pressure, Owner and Gumayushi work their way across here. And TL, I don't really think they want to fight this, even with Yon moving towards the top side of the map.
We'll see. Maybe they can catch them on the exit because Carriot doesn't have his teleport available right now. But because they're so far behind in item spikes and in power, maybe a pick.
Knock back within, Tofu's all out, pulls Zeus under the tower, he has the flash, CoreJJ is there, knocked back with the keeper's verdict, but Umti across the wall will be able to get one.
He has smite. If he could steal one grub, it would actually be huge to deny the 4.
Doctors the wall, APA coming across with the singularity as well. Gumayushi's going to keep him away. The grub resets at 2,000 HP. Umti dashing forward onto FLICKR, who has to flash away across the wall. Last Embrace doesn't hit. Umti should be able to steal this one away. T1 will be very greedy to go for it, but a good play by Team Liquid as they manage to get another. Carrier being forced away here by Impact. Ignite is down from the unsealed spellbook. Carrier, good Bellows Breath will stop the Intofu 3 from knocking him back. And Carrier gets to the safety of his tower.
Cassante Gaming gets TL right back in here, gives them a little bit of hope. The impact play allows them to deny the 4 grubs there, so get a little bit of gold as well as a little bit of an objective. T1 still in a commanding position. I don't think they'll be too worried about that last play, but that was a little bit of positivity there for the NA #1 seed.
Carrier immediately taking a lot of damage here as soon as he TPs back into the lane. One of the big things here is that T1 was still aggressively contesting a member down, which is a classic T1 thing. Impact here, very straightforward, finds the stun, finds the Q3, then delivers Zeus to his team. And then here, crucially, even with the ult from Own, the general over the wall, wind becomes lightning, finds the snipe. And Umti actually now sitting on that Sundered Sky, I imagine is going to be looking to try and find more of his plays, because this is the type of game where if you lose control of the mid game, you're never going to reach the point as Umti.
Umti has to flash away. Weaver's Wall from FLICKR as well can separate. But he decides against using it. Impact holding the wave far enough away, has that Iceborne Gauntlet, so looks like TL will survive any possible dive for now. Gumayushi chasing Impact out, CoreJJ on his way down through the bot lane. I was going to say, like, the other window for Team Liquid is FLICKR has no flash. Like, if you could just do to FLICKR what he's been doing to APA over the last few moments. The issue with that always is you need river control, you need vision control to do it, and right now, all of that bot side river is in Team T1's favor.
Yeah, maybe you're looking at CoreJJ, captain of TL there, to try and get out on the map, start making some plays. He's level 6 on the Alistar, does have his flash. Maybe he could get into the fog of war. The only problem is T1 vision control has been so good, especially around that mid lane. They always keep it lit up for FLICKR.
So there's CoreJJ as the captain, and then you have Captain, or Yapton America, and then you have the general. It's a lot of voices.
We've got a captain, a Yapton, and a general.
And a yawn.
and a top die.
Oh, Umti.
Knocked into the wall. There's the seismic shove. Crescent Guard goes down. FLICKR can't do the damage, but now Carrier caught in the midst of it as Umti tries to turn it back around. Call of Fortune coming out. Carrier can't knock it up as he's stunned against the wall. John going in as well. Carrier so tanky. The falling sky not enough from APA right now. Doesn't have the damage. But it is a 3v4. CoreJJ going back in with the Fate's Call. And Owner's locked up. Team Liquid start to fight back. Impact living up to his name as he all-outs back as Yorn takes another, and Team Liquid win the fight around the Drake.
Crucially there, so much damage goes into Umti, and T1 is a member down. So Umti, with his ultimate, stays alive, Zeus stays in top, and TL will get to the second Drake.
Team Liquid with some team play down around the Dragon. That will keep their Dragon stacking alive. And Impact is always known for coming to the rest of the team to make plays. He's always the type of top laner that wants to come support you in a Dragon fight rather than go for the split push. And here's what you're talking about as far as Owner getting that big burst damage chunk on Umti. But Umti is in Zhao, and without the extra pressure of other DPS on him, is fine kind of healing up with his Conquer and his autos off Icaria. APA in the backside zoned out the rest of T1 with that Aurelion Soul ultimate, and then the re-engage onto Owner here after Team Liquid have 4 members on the bottom half of the Dragon. They just chase them up into Impact. It is definitely worth saying, though, keep this in mind, that a lot of T1 strategy is about opening up the map with the split push with the Camille and the Talia. And Camille, Zeus, did get outer tower.
Just want to mention that, as you were saying, because Impact, he is a team player, but it also means that he's going to go further behind in terms of individual gold. So the amount of pressure that Zeus is going to have in his side, I think that 2 spike in particular for Camille, that's when she really starts coming online. And from that point on, it's only going to get harder and harder to reliably deal with it. Also, so there, APA actually buying a lot of time with his stun, finding 2 people, meaning that there was a little bit more space for TL in that team fight. With a Hextech Drake, though, I think getting a 2 Drake lead gives you a lot more freedom. I don't know if that alone is going to be enough, because T1 have a lot of really great tools for starting off fights, right? Your Poppy, you have Ornn, you have your Camille, so Snap engage is definitely not something that they're going to have difficulty with, but anything that you can use to stall when you have an ASO on your team, I think is always going to be valuable.
And playing around the timers on these juiced up ultimates, as you can see, level 11 has the empowered ultimate right there now too. Is definitely something that Team Liquid would want to try and focus on to get back into this game, because you are facing a lot of scary stuff that is scaling up on the T1 side. With the Camille split push, with the Senna and the Ornn both having really good scaling as well.
Credit to APA though on that Aurelion Sol. He did fall behind in the early game. He's still a little bit behind the pace you'd want to be on in terms of Stardust stacks, but at 136 right now, he'll start to get a little bit more as we go through the game. Umpty locked up, Weaver's wall coming in as well, and Umpty realizes he needs to get the hell out of here. Crescent Guard called to the forge, got TP in, as Team Liquid looks to take the fight. FLICKR has the flash across the wall. CoreJJ with the unbreakable will, maybe an unbreakable spirit here for North America. The skies descend, and Team 1 descend behind them, 6 feet under. FLICKR already down, Carrier having to dash away. Owner force low, as well as Team Liquid once again come up on top in the fight.
And it was T1 that thought that they were ready, that they could take their ultimate again. So much damage goes into the Sinzao.
Exactly! They got the full combo onto Umpty, but Umpty popped his ultimate to deny the burst damage, and then CoreJJ on his Alistar followed up. They still have pressure around mid lane here with Impact hovering, but I don't think Seos and Guma are going to expose themselves.
Oh, Carrier, no flash, no TP. Does have a tower. I'm not sure Team Liquid will be able to get through him quickly enough, but that breath of life is a breath of death, and now FLICKR joins the party! But this is not the sort of party you want to be involved in, as Umpty's able to dash away. FLICKR manages to survive for a moment. APA Astral fighting out because Owner is on his way to join, and now the tides begin to turn. The seesaw swings in favor of Team Liquid.
Gold lead is slowly getting smaller and smaller, and that's now back-to-back skirmishes where it's TL that get out ahead.
It's a team game, as emphasized by Team Liquid in all of the content that they do. Even the LCK content, by the way, where Umpty went on Secret Boardroom, and the
where it's called APA.
Yeah,
NHOV.
He said that it's okay if APA loses 1v1 because it's a team game, and they will focus on the team fights. Let's take another look at it. There's the combo they started out onto Xin Zhao. That was the AoE denied, and then the follow-up, CoreJJ into Impact. And Impact shuts down his old teammate FLICKR to get some extra gold for TL.
It's also, again, T1 not seemingly being on the same page, and this is something that they've struggled with the entire tournament, it feels like, because, yes, Seus joins, but it really doesn't impact the fight from that point on because so much burst has already gone down. They've lost their most fed member, and the teleport is invested, but particularly on the side laner, if instead they made the same call and Zeus just keeps on pushing, right? Maybe he's a level up at this point, maybe his second item can be done, but instead, actually see aiming, or Impact rather, at least when it comes to the experience, still sitting even.
And the big thing for T1 now is you're 2 dragons down. Drake is up in 16 seconds time. The gold basically even between these two teams. Almost 2 items on APA, almost 2 items on Yon. Team Liquid in a very advantageous position to fight around this next Drake.
Exactly. Even though T1 were getting all these kills onto APA early on into the game, TL did the 2 main things you need to focus on with the objectives when you're facing against a split-pushing team. Deny the Void Grub bonus and stack your early dragons so that you can bring them to you. This will be number 3 for sure, and then Dragon Soul Point will be acquired by Team Liquid. We will see in 5 minutes here if they're able to force T1 once again to come check them.
Trying to play into Hextech Soul, A-Soul when he starts to get big is almost impossible. Rylai's alone is already insanely annoying, but if you add the Hextech Slow on top of that, it becomes so hard in T1. We're gonna need to start to see some of the team fighting power that they have, as well as the explosiveness. Zeus needs to find backline and actually be there, and the team needs to be on the same page, because if you start dropping these Drakes and you actually lose the soul, TL, their team fighting comp is really strong as well.
It really, really is. And we've seen a couple of times the difference between Camille really early on. You mentioned before not having the multiple items. Now Camille has the 2 item powers.
Umpty flashes away. Zeus coming in for the chase. TP in behind as Impact looks to join the fray. Umpty should fall first here. The falling sky though buys him another second. Zone falls low. On the backline, Yon is trying to get away from Carrier. The Dawning Shadow not enough, but Zeus finds him with the flash. Hookshot won't die for Yon, and now T1 really spring to life.
Zeus, as soon as he finishes his Ravenous Hydra, here comes the Camille like Superman out of the wings here here for T1. They get the pick, they kill Umpty, they kill in mid lane as well, and they're gonna grab the Baron.
And third time's the charm. The previous engages in Umpty not paying off for T1. This one, though, paying off in humongous fashion. As this Baron's surely gonna go down.
I mean, Ona has to keep his verdict, but that's really the only ultimate T1 have. Carrier flashing forward, APA flashing away. Astral Flight gets him away for the moment. Impact trying to join the party as CoreJJ trying to get there in time. Impact goes all out just this once, and he puts Zeus to bed. He won't find another as T1 collapse on him, but Team Liquid do get one kill out of it.
Well, that's a big kill. Zeus, you are the split pusher. You want to play that 1-4, so giving up the Baron buff on him is a bit rough, but still immense win for T1.
Yeah, it's crazy. As soon as he finishes his item, by the way, he just finished his Ravenous, and then here he comes. Zeus, the god incarnate here. Oh man, that timing too, finding him in the brush, stopping the recall, and then Owner immediately goes with him. They dive onto Umpty. APA is trying to peel him and they delay a little bit, but it's already dead. And by that time, the rest of the members of T1 have put so much damage onto Yon that Zeus could follow through on that kill as well, flashing in, grabbing the stun, turning it into the early Baron. How many times have you seen T1 use these Baron buffs to just clean the map?
It was just 2 minutes ago we were talking about how Team Liquid were in a good spot for the next fight. Now they are 4,500 gold behind, still 2 minutes on the Baron, but 2 minutes on the next Hex Drake as well would be sold for TL if they can somehow sneak it away under T1's noses. T1, though, when they get into this sort of position, are very hard to topple.
TL gonna have to try and find a team. You might even say that they give up this next Dragon because, again, they have a lot of freedom this time around. Wait for another item on APA, wait for, say, 7 minutes instead of the 2. As long as you don't lose your inhibitors and don't lose full control of the map, you should be fine to at least be able to move out. You have CoreJJ, great at face checking, a lot of safety for him with the Fates Call as well. But right now, you just gotta keep your defenses up. T1, though, they're gonna be looking particularly for these side lane turrets to inject even more gold, further build that lead, and get to the point where TL, even with their scaling with this Cassante and this Asol, is never gonna reach that point.
Yeah, because looking across too, even though it's a support Ornn, guess what? Carry is going to start upgrading items pretty soon here. And so T1 are going to have upgraded items on top of all the soul stacking that has been a little bit slow this game for Guma, but we'll be able to start getting some more too.
It's kind of seesawed between APA getting put behind in terms of souls early game, and now Gumayushi not being as quick after having a bit of an accelerated early game in terms of stacks, only getting up towards 80 right now. APA at up 240. The tier 2 in the bot lane falls. Zeus trying to get away. Does have TP, no flash for him. Hookshot wall dive was used. TP coming in, and Team Liquid accept that that's all they really wanted. Either, a couple of summoners maybe. They get the TP out. Meanwhile, Kerry is looking for the collapse. And T1 want a little bit more of the action. Base call will pull out CoreJJ, but Umpty dives in. The Crescent Guard, just enough to keep him alive.
And they saved the general, but it's at the heavy cost. T1, they're gonna keep going.
In fact,
two big ultimates gone.
Impact looking for something here as well. He's waiting in the wings, waiting in the bushes. Will T1 overstep? The Baron on most of them still. Now, importantly, Zeus will back slower than the rest. In the end, everyone is going to get away for T1. They got 3 tier 2s out of that play, so the gold continuing to balloon in their favor.
Yep, they literally just wiped all of your outer towers off the map. One Baron, goodbye every single outer tower there for TL. Now they just have to defend at their inhibitor ones. And you already brought up the difficulties now with fighting this dragon. TL are trying to get some vision first. And poke around over there. APA does technically have teleport on the Aurelion Soul, so they can make the call. Just keep him split pushing up on that top side and maybe get up to the tower instead of actually trying to fight this dragon.
When it comes to souls, Guma's been struggling, but he does already have his Lord dumps. Zeus might be in trouble here.
He's always lonesome here. Like, TL know he's in the area as well. You can see CoreJJ starting to collapse. Team Liquid have given up the Drake. Now, can Appa survive through... APA survived through Zeus' initial burst. He can. There's the knockup as well. Hexa ultimatum, though, into the hookshot wall dive. APA Samus! No angel saves you from a god. It's Zeus picking up the 1-for-1 in the top lane.
With all the resources being put from T1 towards the bot side to get this dragon, TL think maybe we can get something. Zeus says no, a 1-for-1 trade. As crucially, APA dies, and not only that, because they all went top, mid lane inhib is open.
Yep, T1, they're inside those inhibitor turrets now. 1 inhibitor down for TL. CoreJJ looking for something there as the Alistar goes to venture into the jungle and try and find an angle. But look, already a bunch of the vision left behind by the T1 members as well. We're only 26 minutes into the game, and they've already taken one inhib.
Really ballooned off that sequence before the Baron. T1 now with FLICKR having a Rabadon's death cap, a Knight's Vow and a Locket to protect him here. Very close, but APA is just so split from Umti at the start of the play.
Yeah, he wanted to get that wind becomes lightning over the wall, but because Zeus went for it there onto APA, he got the extra rush on the damage, and Umti couldn't jump over, and so had to walk around, and Zeus got the 1-for-1.
Yeah, the Locket not enough to save him in the end. Owner getting forced out here. The Rylai's from APA doing quite a lot of work. Zeus pushing in the bot lane, though. He's now going to recrawl. See if he TPs into a play. Baron up in 45 seconds.
Yeah, with Camille, really, your proximity to walls is such a big thing. At the beginning of the changes to the Rift, she actually dropped pretty substantially because of the changes to all the walls. So without reliable ways to start your hookshot, find enemies, champion becomes a lot weaker. APA there couldn't get far enough away, and now T1 starting to set up for the Baron, spawning in 20 seconds. If that one falls, I don't think TL are going to find their Nexus alive for much longer.
And T1 have so many ways to apply pressure now. You've got 3-item level 16 Camille. This is Zeus scaled. This is Zeus with ultimate power in the side lane. So you can just have him split push on the bomb side of the map while the rest of T1 over here start up the Baron, fish around for any picks, control the vision as Team Liquid will try and poke around. They will try and stop this play. Here they go. The wall from FLICKR should stop them, though.
Yeah, how do you get into the pit with the Weaver's wall down there? Now it falls. Umti looking for the steal. Keeper's verdict being channeled by Owner. Misses. 3,000 HP on it. Almost taken away, but Owner lands the smite. TL still looking for more of a fight. Hexagon was used by Zeus. Thought of the portrait going in as Yon has to flash away. APA still keeping the rest of T1 at bay. 4JJ looking for a flank position, but Owner's going to chase him out. Zeus moving up and now starting to recall. Does have the TP. APA going back in as FLICKR lands the knockup. The seismic shot, the Crescent Guard enough to kill off Umti. The TP in as well by Zeus. Where's he going? Towards the fight as Zeus is on APA. Gumayushi chases out. APA no way to go. Tries to astral flight, will escape for a moment, but FLICKR's here to shut him off. FLICKR down. Impact and Yon doing everything they can to survive, but Impact will have exactly the opposite of that. Yon now forced away and T1 pushing through mid.
TL look for the Hail Mary. Maybe we could get a contest on this, but it's going to cost them their Nexus.
That's another TP in, just to make sure they kill Yon. Carrier wanted a piece of the action, a piece of the champ, but T1, the champs of this game at least. TL, they fought and they fought and they looked like they had a chance, but in the end, T1 just slammed the door in their face. 1-0, T1.
This first game, again, it comes down to can T1 enable FLICKR? And if he does, the team looks a whole lot better. It's a Talia first pick and the continued attention of Owner and Guma towards the mid lane.
T1, they get that pick in mid lane, they turn it into a Baron, and they just clean the entire map. That's why this team is so good, so decisive, and that man right there, if he's comfortable in the game, their shot calling is on point, and they will win.
Question for TL is how do you shut FLICKR out of the game? BLG were able to do it pretty well. Can TL find another avenue to take down T1? Don't forget to log into LoLesports.com using your Riot ID to earn exclusive MSI 2024 drops. I see the analyst desk standing by and ready over to our right, so we're going to hand it over to them to break that one down.
Thank you so much. Perhaps if we see TL moving to the blue side, they can do exactly that, Medic. But for now, in this game, I almost felt like it was a business transaction for T1 in watching that game, kind of knowing, I mean, they kind of lost a couple of their value stocks in the middle, maybe, at some of those dragons. But in terms of how they turned it, how they took that fight in the end and got the Baron, it felt like they always knew they were going to do that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I think T1 are really, really good. We saw this in the FlyQuest series. They're really, really good at punishing opponents' mistakes, right? So when an opponent makes a mistake, they are very good, especially around Baron setups in terms of closing, being able to close out the game from there and knowing what they want to do. But this was their plan from the get-go. We were wondering what they'd learned from the BLG series. It was attack mid lane, get FLICKR into a good position, attack APA.
And critically, they get the teleport out of APA early because you can see how frequently just the next person comes mid lane. So they get his flash, they get his TP. As soon as he teleports back, they get the dive off. And like, this is normally the top laner's nightmare in lane swaps. You get an even bigger return if you're able to pull this off on the enemy mid laner. So it was an absolute disaster start for Team Liquid. But I will say, in terms of staying calm and trying to stack incremental victories, Team Liquid did a really good job to come back to a somewhat even game state by about 20 minutes. And then obviously it all went downhill when they lost that fight in the mid lane, but they did a lot to actually compete in game one, if that makes sense.
No,
That's my hope,
absolutely. It felt over after those 3 kills in the mid lane, right? And you thought, what's going to happen here? But they fought their way back. But as you said, T1 then took the advantage thanks to the reliable Cisco network. Every second counts, especially if you're trying to turn the game back in your favor. And as you said already, T1 plus Baron, when they get a chance, it's a match made in heaven.
Yeah, and I mean, here you're going to see them. The big point of pressure is obviously Zeus coming in, finding Umti in a lot of these fights. Until this moment, Umti was getting so much value out of this Xin pick, right? Because they were just dumping damage into him. Zeus sees the angle, catches him backing. This sets up a Herald crash mid. They get complete mid prio, mid tier 1 off this. They're able to rotate up to Baron, right? They get so much off of this one play based on how the map was set up. And I think, again, that's to T1's credit in terms of how good these situations can be sometimes when they do find an opponent, catch them out, and then are able to capitalize on that kind of mistake. I do want to give TL credit, though, because obviously they recovered. Like, I thought they recovered super, super well, especially from all of the mid pressure they were dumping into attacking APA.
They absolutely did. And looking at this gold graph, the jump in gold from 21 to 23 minutes is absurd, but even
violent.
20 to 25 was like 6,000 or 7,000, which is obviously when this game was ultimately decided. But if you're, again, I'm just going to do a little bit of Team Liquid Hopium.
Of course.
Because we may or may not only have them for 2 more games. So I'm going to get it in while I can.
Yeah.
T1 did 2 things that were super impactful in this game. It was diving APA when he had no flash and teleport, and it was winning the 20-minute fight.
Yep.
They got massively rewarded for those 2 things. I'd say Team Liquid probably won maybe more less important things, if that makes sense.
And
that obviously doesn't win you the game, and I'm not trying to say that Team Liquid somehow played better in a loss, but if they're trying to find things for confidence, the simplicity of saying, like, okay, let's not lane swap because that screwed us with flashes in mid lane. I think we can take these guys head on, and we played like pretty good mid lane macro. We just lost that one fight where Umti was recalling poorly in a bush. That's how they can keep their confidence moving into the next game.
Yeah, I'm liking what you're cooking. I mean, in terms of also the fights there were some that T1 was in an advantageous situation and couldn't close the deal, and TL slammed the door on them. It just didn't keep going, unfortunately. I'd love to get the side selection, but I don't know if we're going to get it in time or if I have to
I'm just going to say it's blue. If it's red, I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to expect it's blue. I'm going to expect the same ban strategy, and then them first picking Talia as opposed to T1.
I still don't know. I'm also going to trust that it is blue. But as we go to the break, check out a message from Caps after their 3-0 versus TS, thanks to the Oppo Cam.
Hello everyone, we just beat the top Esports 3-0. Bet you didn't see that coming. Yeah, and a huge shout out as well to the fans. Thank you guys so much for the support. There were so many people today in the crowd, and everyone was cheering. So thank you so much for the support. It really means a lot. I hope you guys will continue to do so the next few fights we will play, because then we'll for sure win. And see you there.
Esport is the entertainment of the future.
Nobody takes a title from G2.
I'm doing something I've trained my whole life to do.
Claim their ninth title.
Find something you're good at, become a master at it, and then try to connect it to the esport world.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I made it to my happy place, got the sun in my eyes and a smile on my face. Yeah. I made it to my happy place, it ain't rained in a while, woke up early today. I feel good, happy faces, I'm so happy that I made it to my happy place.
The light is fading.
Across the sky, but here I'm stuck in time pretending. A prisoner of reasons why. All this time is promises that make me feel like it's so real again. Promises remind me of, they take me back to when we both knew what we wanted beneath the setting sun. Promises, I promise there'll be no more promises. A plan for silent insurrection. Cut off before it could take flight. I'll fall back to these promises. Make me feel like it's so real again. Promises remind me of, they take me back to when we both knew what we wanted beneath the setting sun. Promises, I promise there'll be no more promises.
And here we are, back for Game 2 between Team Liquid and T1. T1 pretty convincing in Game 1, although there were a few stumbles. I think Team Liquid had a good fight back in the middle of the game. We'll get on into Champions League powered by Omen and HyperX. Team Liquid, though, this time on the blue side, Kobe.
And the biggest difference there is going to return to the mid lane champion pool that we are focusing on, and them being on blue side does allow them to first pick and take away that Talia if the bans are going to remain very similar here. T1 themselves with the Lucian Tristana following up. Let's see, will TL deviate? Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. Are you scared of Keria on Ashe? Yes, you are, like most sane humans are.
Yeah. You should be. It's definitely terrifying. Very Very straightforward. Just B1 Talia. I think that is the takeaway. Obviously not one of APA's his most iconic champions, but I think he's had a decent performance on it, and you gotta try and push FLICKR.
So now we're gonna get the Kalista trade and probably the Varus on the side of Team Liquid. Kalista here.
Kalista, Varus.
I mean, you could take them both.
They didn't.
T1 would.
It is Carrier. Yeah, let's see.
I mean, that's how they play against G2 in Game 5,
Kalista,
right?
Kalista's the no-brainer, though.
Yeah.
That one is definitely going to get
Kalista
locked in.
for sure, and then Carrier, you know, can play whatever he wants, including the Kalista if they feel like swapping that around.
Let's see where they decide to go for their second pick. FLICKR's pool obviously pinched a little bit here with the Azir, Orianna already removed, Tristana taken away, and the Talia locked in. You see we'll be falling down to his second string. Things like the... here we are. I mean, they've already shown us at this competition that they're willing to do this.
Yeah, not new information there. Obviously going to be Carrier here, or obviously if you've watched the previous games, Carrier going to be on the Lethality Kalista support, giving Guma a lot more safety. My main question is T1 going to lock in ASOL here on that R3? Because the ASOL from FLICKR just hasn't looked that great. When we did see it, was still bend away against him just because the pick is really strong right now. We'll see what the answer of TL is going to be. I imagine you got to lock in the bot lane. Nautilus already taken. Otherwise, the bans are really going to put you in a tough position.
Yeah, I don't really like the ASOL for T1, so maybe something like the Ahri or something that is
Could
still
be,
available.
yeah.
Some FLICKR Ahri action, looking for those charms. Meanwhile, on the side of Team Liquid, the pairing here on the bottom side, what you got for us, Jan, with the Nautilus? Okay, they're gonna leave Jan's pick, drop it even further down the 80 carry pool, and just grab Impact, that old reliable Cassante again.
As long as we stay away from the Smolder, I'm willing to trust to see what TL is going to bring. Jhin, I'm also not. I'm not as big of a Jhin
there's no tanks on the other side yet.
Yeah, very true, very true. I still think the Jhin shouldn't be a consideration, or as you already pointed out, Kobe, will be that Ahri, which has been one of the more popular counter picks in the LCK against the Talia, being able to circumvent a lot of the zone control that she offers. And once you actually get on top of Talia, she can really struggle. Does mean, though, with most likely this being double lethality, that killing Cassante is going to have to be a bit of a tough task.
And I think TL have to ban Vi. You cannot allow it to be an option. Last time around, Owner opted to go with the Poppy, and he absolutely destroyed mid lane. But if you let him go Vi and have a Vi Ahri lane,
Vi Lee,
that's gonna be almost as bad as the previous game mid lane pressure that we saw, maybe even worse.
Yeah, a big struggle for APA in the mid lane if we see the Vi locked in. Sejuani taken away by T1. TL thinking, and will remove the Twisted Fate once again.
So Vi to me feels non-negotiable. Lee and Zinzao are also insanely strong with the Ahri, but I do feel like there's a little bit more counterplay. You can try and find, you can
There's a little bit more than none. Yeah.
Whereas with Vi, it's like she presses R and you do die. There isn't a whole lot of counterplay to that one. And obviously, T1 have the opportunity to lock it in here on R4 as this is a dead giveaway, and they do ban away the Vi. Lee to me is most likely, and I think the Poppy ban also signals that. But Zinzao also would be a no-brainer here for Owner, as it is one of his favorite picks, as really is the case for I want to say any LCK jungler, but really just any jungler out there. But it's going to be the Jarvan instead.
All right, on the side of TL then, what has Jan cooked? What has he cooked up for us?
Jarvan makes it a lot harder as well, because a lot of the immobile AD carries that maybe you want to be looked towards are going to feel a lot worse when there's a Cataclysm on the other end.
Yeah, I'm thinking you could just go hyperscaling, go for something like a Jinx and a Felios and lane swap early to get away from the Varus and the Kalista. You could look towards something like the Kai'Sa, which we haven't really seen at this tournament. But there's so much ability for T1 to get on that backline that you want someone with a little bit of safety. Ezreal as well, a possibility, although I don't think one of Yon's favorite champions.
Let's go Neela.
Lee Neela, of course, obviously. Samira, just pick it, you might as well. We'll see the Lee locked in for Umti. Where do TL go for their AD carry here? You have a lot of great pick potential. You just need some damage.
Oh.
To back it. I saw! Oh my goodness! Samira! We manifested it, lads!
This is on us.
Holy moly!
This is thanks to us, gang. Good job, everyone.
Oh my goodness. Oh, but it's going to be 380 carries on the side of T1, though, as this time around, the Vayne was not banned because they had to ban the Vi, and so Zeus slams his Vayne. He was picking it already in the LCK. This is going to be a very AD carry heavy game.
It really is. And for anyone who's wondering, has Yon played Samira before? Yes, 3 times, he's won 1 of them. Not the best track record for Team Liquid, but I love that little bit of spice, that little bit of surprise. It's worked so well for G2 throughout this tournament as part of their toolkit. Will it work here for TL?
It's also because you're playing into Jarvan. I feel like so many of the carries that maybe you look for with a lane swap to just go and scale, it becomes so much harder to reliably play out. So instead, going for something that can actually win the fight, if you find a good all-in with that Nautilus, could be an angle here for TL.
And I love the theme that Team Liquid have been putting so much faith into their young carries here. Yon and APA, so much faith from the organization, building them up through the academy system, promoting them onto the main team, and then here, at MSI, on this stage, they pick a Samira kill lane with Nautilus. At the very least, I love this because it is so kill pressure heavy that it really, bumps up tracking early jungle pathing as well. We'll see if there's any sort of lane swaps, but I don't want to be a wet towel on the exciting lanes that could pop up.
I mean, I think if you're picking Samira, a lane swap would be surprising. Could get you to level 3 so you have that Blade Whirl perhaps, or even the Flat to do a little bit more work in a fight, but we'll see if TL decide to go for it. I love the trust, as you say, that they put into Yon in this game.
Yeah, I think it's just the double Hail of Blades lanes. Every single one is so insanely scary level 1 that maybe you do just a level or 2 and then swap back.
It's a level 3 or a 5-minute swap we often see.
Yeah, particularly with a champion like Samira, because I feel like if you somehow are able to get a lot of damage into core while he's aftershocked up, and you get a longer trade, then the Samira can maybe do something, but realistically how a lot of the early Hail of Blades lanes level 1 play out is you woke up, they both proc Hail of Blades on you and you're at 30% HP and watch the wave just get stacked and crashed into you. And it does look like, and I do actually agree with this, I don't think you should look for a long swap, but a short swap just to get through this first couple of levels and negate the biggest level of impact. So many of these double Hail of Blades lanes just start with taking control of a lane level 1. Denying them that could be an angle.
They were waiting around for the invade, and in the end are going to call for it. There goes Yon up to the top side of the map. We expect the continuation of the split map here. T1 coming in, making sure that enemy does not steal away one of their weak side camps is kind of big, but TL are going to be able to steal away at least the Raptor camp from their weak side.
Oh, Owner is going to go for the smite.
Owner is going to be met by Umti.
Quick.
Can flag and drag away. Impact still looking for the chase, has that path maker. Carrier coming back in, will have the Hail of Blades. Umti hit the Tempest Cripple. Impact. There we go for the stun. Owner kills. Owner down! Zeus is here to join the party. Carrier rends down Umti for the kill. Impact able to ghost away 1-for-1 in the jungle.
Pretty big window, I think, for TL, though. Able to get the camp, that's one thing. Then set up vision. Core JJ is going to be able to towards the top side of the map. And Owner, because he got hit by the stun, means that he does end up going down. I think was looking for a flash angle, but because the impact clips him, not going to be the case. And no, Core JJ is going to annoy Owner towards his top side of the map.
Owner held on to his flash in that last sequence, but now has to back away. Dredgeline did connect, but that's just a trade. Zeus now down in the bottom lane, trying to force Impact back, but he's so much more free now because he knows it's not a 4-man dive. At most, it can be 3 members of T1.
Now we get to answer the age-old question. How many AD carries does it take to kill a Cassante?
Nice.
He's facing 3 of them right out of the gate here from the side of T1. And it is going to be Team Liquid, Yon and Core JJ here up on the top side, of course, with the extra damage reduction. A little bit slower going on the turret plates, but Yon did a good job building up giant wave up here to ensure that the entire thing does crash at the same time. And here go the T1 zone.
Impact also able to just make his way out. Tries to soak as much XP as possible. This wave also goes in. Minion's going to be doing a whole lot of damage here, and because of the early first blood going over to TL, and Lee is always going to have an advantage when it comes to clearing, but now, because Owner ended up going down as well, he's going to be able to take a lot more of the topside quadrant, and as a result, Owner going to be falling behind.
And the props are to Core JJ, because the critical delay on Owner is Core JJ going into the jungle on their, you know, quote-unquote strong side of the jungle map, and then forcing Owner back, and Owner wasting a little bit of extra time there on the Jarvan.
All random, all bot.
This is our swap back that we were looking for, though. After those couple of levels, pushed in on the top side. Now we get to the exciting part. The Samira Nautilus kill possibilities.
Do note that T1 have chosen to put FLICKR towards that top side of the map just to make sure that someone is catching that wave. Zeus now going to run towards mid. He's level 2. Still is going to have to play really respectful against APA.
That is huge zoning going on in the bottom lane. They're not even in experience range. Yan and Core JJ on the swap back because T1 were a little slow with it. I want to take a look at that minion wave that was down on the bottom side actually one more time. See if they don't get vision, then they should start pushing the wave in.
Yeah, it looks like they're slowly pushing it back in. Obviously going towards the mid lane as FLICKR's keeping Impact busy up towards top side. Owner only has his Krugs to farm, so he's working his way all the way up there. And Umpty just pinged his Gromp, so I think it's going to be a battle over those top side camps in a couple of moments. Zeus dealing with APA in the mid lane, or at least trying to, but he's only got 4 CS, and we're 4.5 minutes into the game, so anyone at home sitting in bronze, you're only going 1 CS a minute, you can go to the international stage as well.
Very inspirational, Matic. I like it.
And now we're going to get the bounce back from that pushed-in wave on bottom side. Let's see if we actually do get our excitement. As of right now, the junglers are clearing their top camps, though, so will be kind of that fair play.
By the end of everything, it does look relatively even. I think it's a win for TL because they got to evade the power spike of that double Halo Blades lane. In terms of experience, it looks a little better for them. But due to the fact that T1 was able to zone Impact fully of the wave as well, does look like right now gold relatively even. I think it's that first blood gold that really tilted in favor of TL.
Yeah, quite nice. And let's Umpty.
Sidesteps the flag and drag. Weaver's Wall coming in as APA looks to join the fray. FLICKR still only level 5. Flash away by Owner. Charmed by FLICKR. Doesn't want to step onto the unraveled earth, but that's an ult for 2 flashes for TL.
That's the experience lead we were talking about. Because APA was matching, or was being matched by Zeus, he just got to farm up, keep it shoving. As a result, big win for TL.
And there's a bigger experience difference between the top laners up there. Impact is Zeus. He does leave now, so he's not going to take over to his level 6. But Zeus there will also be at a discrepancy. And when you have that Vayne versus Cassante, and Impact having his Ghost again, she'll feel pretty comfortable. Umpty's going to be able to take up those Void Grubs for the trade on Dragon now.
Feels like a recurring theme, this MSI, that teams just don't respect the Taliyah level 6 spike. So many skirmishes have started off with a team seeing someone in their jungle and being like, hey, you're not allowed to be here. And then in a moment's notice, Taliyah shows up. So Dragon is taken. Owner should be able to flag and drag his way out of this one.
Oh, that's a little use of the fog of war there by Owner.
Nobody knows.
Escape any possible vision. As you say, you always have the flag and drag just to jump over the wall if the collapse did begin and APA doesn't have the Weaver's Wall back up. The charm, though, is going to hit by FLICKR. Unraveled Earth down means a Spirit Rush would be a risky endeavor for the T1 mid laner. 300 gold between the two teams early doors here, but as we said, TL perhaps coming on top of the lane swap so far. Zeus going to get pulled out with the all-out. Ghosts away. Impact condemned against the wall, but Impact so far winning out in this top lane.
Yeah, Impact trying to abuse that power difference that we were talking about on the experience, and now the wave is pushing at him. So the goal was kind of accomplished there. He got the Ghost in a chunk, but I think Zeus should probably still be able to push that wave in and not be in too much danger since Umpty is bottom side. TL don't have any extra jungle to put up there.
Umpty able to dodge away from the flag and drag once again. Owner can't quite connect them. Yon chasing in. Weaver's Wall available for APA. FLICKR trying to get in from the side as well. As you say, level 6 hit for Yon. We'll have to stack up that infernal trigger though. The wave beginning to die to the tower. Plate's already fallen. TL just keeping T1 away from those extra minions. Carrier eats a chunk. Seismic shove, and Carrier's the first to fall. The dash in by Yon, trying to put T1 in the 8th circle of hell, but can't quite get it as Gumayuchi flashes away the heal. Guma down to 100. Can't quite get the damage as Guma escapes with a sliver.
Still, T1 rather don't respect at all. Carry ends up dying with Flash, just getting seismic shoved into multiple people.
It is APA on the Talia this time around, and he's the one to get the pick. The seismic shove that knocks him in. And Team Liquid, that was extremely valuable because they also were able to zone off of that bottom tower and those minions. And then on the reset, APA even gets back to the mid lane wave in time.
Big thing there is, again, it's the level discrepancy. T1 just thinking about taking that in the first place is a huge risk.
Just the edge of that seismic shove. Is Talia just going to become perma-prio? Is Talia just OP, boys?
That's MSI, I think.
Yeah.
I think we've seen the Talia Prio really paying dividends for teams.
Big thing, though, of course, in that replay that you could see on the mini-map as well was the minions dying to the bottom side tower out there. That's why TL were posted up between the two towers, and the extra bonus why you go for those plays.
See there as well, again, APA hovering, and we talked about this mid-jungle. The Vi was banned, FLICKR and Owner haven't really been able to sync up the way they did in game number 2, whereas and APA have. That first skirmish towards the top side, already a big win for them. If they can keep up the pressure, it also means that with this double Halo Blades lane, ideally you'd want to be pushing, you want to be playing aggressively, try and look for knowledge, but now, Yon is actually ahead, has a kill, has his plated steel cups as well, and APA keeps hovering towards the bot side of the map.
All right, he certainly is working out his emo keybind there as well with the good old Pepega Frog. Yeah. I mean, APA tweeted out that he was not going to trash talk this game, so I guess Jan is going to take over with at least the emotes.
Though, looking for a catch here as Owner and Carrier walk through the jungle together. able to dodge away from the Flag and Drag, and then uses Owner as an express out of there. Owner caught up, has the flash charm on APA, means that he can't quite get the damage downside and shove, just short of FLICKR's tail.
Not only that, but you also see Cores walking up, and in this situation, would you rather have a Nautilus that provides CC or a Kalista? The utility that Carry provides is great when Guma's there, but outside of that, Core JJ, if he finds a hook, if he finds an auto attack even, it's just going to lock you down and take you down, so Owner has to respect Flash. A lot of offensive reach now taken away from this Jarvan.
Yeah, I really like that wall from APA actually on the Talia. Jumped off early, made sure that they were going to be able to get that flash.
Played well there as well, helping Core JJ get a bit of a quicker reset. In fact, feeling the pain of the silver bolts that Vayne can put out, Zeus has evened out the gold in the top lane, as expected, as they've been in the 1v1 for a longer time. The Vayne can just farm, you know, she's got the range. But across the board, leads for TL in the jungle and the AD carry position. A small lead for Carrier as well, in terms of support. He's about 500 gold ahead.
Doesn't have his kick just yet. That is a lot of defense or offensive power gone. So double sums, but even getting a sum for Zenitsu would be nice. They don't want to risk it though. Don't have a lot of knowledge of where Owner is, I don't think. And do want to highlight as well, one of the big things that T1 did in particular really well in the playoffs when they started bringing out this Vayne top was not just in the 1v1 where obviously you're going to have a lot of pressure into the Xante, but how they play it out in team fights, because the lack of a frontline makes this comp pretty pretty tough to execute, but it's also very easy for the opposing team to over-index on a target, not taking into account the fact that there will be a Vayne tumbling around.
Yeah, exactly. It really does rely very heavily on hitting your CC. Your CC is the only thing you can have to bring structure to the team fights at that point. Meanwhile, like you say, it is also going to highlight the DPS focus fire as you kite back from one person, the focus fire of the other ranged players, trying to dissuade your opponents from their melee endeavors. I will say, I am definitely looking at FLICKR at the moment because the Malignance is done. Malignance is one of these items that has just catapulted Ahri, forward in priority. That thing just makes the ultimate insane. And we also just had another item completion for Guma.
TP in by FLICKR as well, and Umpty's down. Forced out in the Cataclysm. FLICKR looking for the chase as he dashes forward onto Core JJ. The charm still connecting. Death charge out as Core JJ looks to escape. Has the flash for face plants. Hits his noggin against the wall and falls for it.
Again, it's right on these item completions for T1. Guma just finished his opportunity. FLICKR had finished his Malignance, and they immediately pull out 2 picks.
Big thing there for TL. It starts with one mistake, and again, Umti getting caught. Mistake by the general. That alone, not enough to really give T1 a big opening. But the fact that, again, they get another kill. CoreJJ ends up going down, ends up using his flash, which, as Nautilus, gives you a lot more playmaking potential in the team fight. You can redirect your ultimate. That's now going to be gone, and the gold lead starting to balloon a little bit as we take a look at Umti getting taken here.
Yeah, nice ultimate there from Guma. Guma over the wall with the Chains of Corruption into the arrow, allowing Owner to finish it off. And then FLICKR here, as soon as he sees the Nautilus going for this wall, throws out his charm, and the charm catches up to him. Then you have the embarrassing faceplant there at the end.
Yeah. It's a bit of a struggle, but it's good punish by T1 because TL have been doing this consistently through the game. Get bot push, move in, try and steal away the Gromp. We saw Umti dodging a couple of flag and drags around it, and now they brought more members across, had the extra ward for the TP in by FLICKR, and because of it, they managed to pick up 2 kills.
For TL, they gotta try and find a fight where Yon is there. He's got his collector finished, and everyone on T1 is squishy. Everyone can get taken down by the Samira in an instant if she isn't focused down reliably.
Oh, dash forward by Zeus here. Does have the ghost, has the flashes, use the condemn though. Umti on the chase. Dragon's Rage, Sonic Wave will hit. Zeus burns both his summoners alongside the final hour to escape.
Big win, getting double sums out of the Vayne is going to make her much less of a nuisance, and Zeus is going to have to play way more respectful inside.
Yeah, definitely. That's basically everything that Zeus has to bail him out there. And Umti did not use his flash for that. He goes in, makes sure he can get the ward hop, kick into the wall. They don't overchase and then turn their eyes towards the objective.
That Rift Herald should be going over to TL. Earlier on, we saw Umti taking 2 grubs. Owner was only able to pick up a lone one, remained standing. Zeus forcing impact out of it. Not much ado about nothing there in the top lane. He's just trying to harass down his opponent, who likely will look for a recall pretty soon. T1 investing Owner and FLICKR in this bot side. APA's already pushed out the wave, and FLICKR will catch the next one.
You have 1-for-1 when it comes to these dragons. With Chemtech so on the Rift, I think the priority going to be a lot lower than it was last time around at Hextech Soul in win condition in of itself. For Chemtech, that's a little bit more tough as T1 trying to get the first turret of the game here and further build that gold lead. We'll be able, I think, to pick up first brick. Top lane, not far behind, just a little bit slower here from Team Liquid.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
See, Impact was working his way down towards that bottom side to try and answer the pressure, but because Owner was there, you put the standard down, you get the increased attack speed. It was very easy for T1 to make sure they get the first brick, as you say. Gold even between these two teams, though. A lead in terms of AD carries for Yon.
Now we're going to be looking at who's going to be able to find this pick, because the map is primed for it. Both sides here with so many tools to use, so many flashes available. And Team Liquid eyes are on taking down that mid lane turret first. CoreJJ over the wall, here's the pick.
Weaver's Wall in, Gumayushi on the wrong side of it. Sonic Wave wide, CoreJJ Hex Flash backwards. Seismic Shot being used as well. TL have invested a lot of tools into this, but with the Rift Herald charging forward, with Impact collapsing, and with only 3 members of T1 being here, it will be the Tier 1 in the mid lane for TL.
All right, calm and collected there. Guma just stands against the wall at the tower. The objective is taken down, though, opening up that map and allowing them to get some of those wards here into the jungle.
One of the big things in this game is that we saw in the last game already that it was hard for T1 to... And when they fixed it, it was very, very quickly over. It's to sync up Zeus with the rest of the team. And I think there, you saw TL looking for an opportunity because there is no teleport on this Vayne. If you can find a snap engage, either by trapping people with the wall or CoreJJ going in, it's really hard for T1 to immediately have the members available. Obviously, in case of Guma, you got to take into account the Fate's call.
And T1, you can see them. They're already making this call to go for a play on top side of the map as Dragon spawns. But TL have made the call to counter that play and answer it and not be drawn to the other side of the map. Now they're fishing around, seeing if they can find any stragglers.
Maybe they will. Ooh, CoreJJ places the ward, goes for the hook. Can't quite get it in time to catch out Owner. Carrier harass CoreJJ across the wall. Some vision here for T1. Reset coming out. Owner's pathing towards top side. Expect to see a fight perhaps around the next Drake, although, as you say, both these teams maybe not prioritizing it because it is just the Chemtech.
You have to be really careful when you're retaking territory from the other side of the map too in these situations, since there are so many burst pick plays available. You saw FLICKR down there hovering in the brush, waiting to see if TL
is going to try and smite this. Doesn't get it across the wall. The control ward going down by Umti, actually denying a bit of vision there. for Owner, who just dashes back out of the pit. Impact caught up with the charm. Pathmaker's out, buys himself a lot of time with that, and Ghosts as well will escape the clutches of FLICKR.
With the Malignants, FLICKR going to take that trade any time, but it might be a moment for TL to say, hey, there's no ult on FLICKR. Maybe we want to try and play for this Dragon.
Yeah, really good timing there on Impact. Goes unstoppable as FLICKR comes in for that really close range charm. And now, no ultimate. Up the S kick.
Flashes, Sonic Waves. FLICKR has a flash, but he's knocked into the wall. No dash out for him now. Still holds on to that Summoner Spell. And Core JJ taking the kill is not really who you want it on, but TL will accept that sacrifice happily.
They're going to be able to pick up Dragon afterwards. They overload this side of the map, and Impact avoiding the attempted pick here on his life. They turn it around. 2 objectives now. You will get, of course, Zave split pushing up on that top side to try and answer, but they have a teleport to answer as well.
Crucially there's no Baron up. The classic T1 counterplay of just rush Baron, especially when you have the Vayne available, not really an option for them this time around. As a result, TL currently taking the Dragon, and they looked for the cross map, but Vayne doesn't push that well, particularly this early before you are, as Owner is able to just make his way out. And without the Vayne being able to actually push in, as you see at the wave position, you're like, Zeus just isn't going to be in a position to friend this turret.
Exactly. FLICKR here, the only one extended. So it is a very easy choice for TL to go for this play. The last few choices that they've made have been quite clean. They don't opt to overload the other side of the map. They first chase T1 off, then they collapse after the extra members go on Impact and still have the teleport to answer top side wave once it finally does get pushed up from the slow pushing of that Vayne.
Gold lead for TL. Coming up to the 20-minute mark here, Kobe. 1.4k ahead. 2 Drakes to 1. 2 Grubs to 1. 3 Towers to 1. Gold leads of 1.2k for your bot laner. The hope is there. Like, I'll be honest, if you take the nameplates off, TL are in the better position than their opponents so far this game.
You also look at the comp and you go, guys, what happened in draft that we have 380 carries? It is T1.
That's what happened in draft.
Are you guys both trying to cope me right now? You guys are like...
this is opium. I'll write out a prescription right now. I'll write it out.
I wasn't done yet, okay? This is T1, which is the one reason why I would trust them to pull this off as APA.
Does have the flash, seismic shove, Cataclysm dodged away. The flash, though, coming in is FLICKR there.
You were cursing me, weren't you?
The TP from FLICKR was more than I expected, and now Baron on the cards perhaps for T1. Look, I had opium, okay? Sometimes those prescriptions go wrong.
Guys, okay? There's no way they can do the Baron without Vayne. It's okay. Okay, T1, I know
not like they have double 80 carries or anything.
Barons. Yeah, they're lethality 80 carries. It's fine. They're going to lose a turret for it.
Yeah, you're going to lose the topside turret. The mid lane push as well, kind of abandoned from TL. Interesting, they're sending Yon down to Impact. So Impact is doing a little bit of bait right now.
Going on his way. Zay still has double summoners. Final hour prot first. They do a bin cosplay as he dashes back in, but can't find anything with the tumble.
The ult force, that alone, not enough. And T1, they're just going to keep using this Vayne as a really big threat, forcing a response out of TL, and particularly as long as Impact does almost have it available, doesn't have the TP available, there isn't really as great an opportunity for TL to go in, because realistically, who would you try and get engaged on? A lot of the members are very slippery. Really, realistically, the best member is Carrier, because Kuma can get pulled out, and both Owner and FLICKR are highly mobile.
Yeah, TL right now are actually primed and want a team fight. TL's best positioning at this point would be anyone setting up a pick for Yon to pop off with an S rank. He has just finished the Infinity Edge. Collector plus Infinity Edge Samira absolutely has the possibility to team wipe there. So TL are trying to use that. They're trying to force on their bit of a power spike here. Of course, they do have to worry about a lot of poke. A lot of ranges we've gone over there. Guma also on 2 lethality items with the extra defense of that spell shield. And they, T1 that is, are able to defend on the bottom side push while they buy time for FLICKR.
Oh, APX TPing behind here. Looking for the flank position. FLICKR's going to Spirit Rush out. APA looking for that Weaver's Wall. Can FLICKR escape? Has the flash, no TP. 2 Spirit Rush charges left. He's trying to get into the pit. Dashes forward. Wants Sonic Wave. The blast cone back. Dashes across the wall, but the Cataclysm will chase it. FLICKR can't get there any further with the Cataclysm. Owner won't go any further either. TL, they get a Cataclysm out. They get a Spirit Rush out, but they burn Umti's Flash and APA's TP.
T1's going to be happy about that one, though, because so much was invested there by TL, and all FLICKR had to do was use his ultimate.
Yeah, the flash. The flash is the critical one. Umti, the Lee Sin, your flash in the mid game is so much threat lost from this team. That ability to go for a flash play onto one of these squishy AD carries is something that they do heavily rely on. So now without that, it's going to have to be a good setup there from Core JJ into the play from him.
Let me see if this curse works the other way. Yeah, so if I'm T1, you know, I'm a couple of hundred gold ahead. We just want a really good fight. We got the TP out from
Great
APA.
scaling.
No Ghost for Impact, no Flash for Umti. I'm really happy with how this game's going, right, Chronicler?
I think if you're a T1 fan, you're looking at this, you're going, they've executed on this many a time. 2 item spikes are being hit across the board. There's no cause for worry.
Oh, there it is, just jumps across the wall, has to flash away. It does, it works both ways. Oner dashes away as well, the charm short there. Impact still chasing Oner and FLICKR towards the top side. Spirit Rush available for the Ari, but Oner able to walk away. TL, though, do get the summoner out of carrier.
I wasn't worried at any point of that. Carry out does have to use the flashes. FLICKR!
Oh, FLICKR caught up. Depth charge, stretch line locked up. FLICKR almost falls. The Inferno trigger will bury T1. Through all the circles of hell, Dante sends them down. Yon chased out. Zeus tries to open up. In, back, out. Will he go forward for more? Core JJ there. Oner with the flank, but he's hooked up. And on the unraveled earth, he's buried beneath it. TL roar into life.
Yon, you beautiful AD carry! He does it! Both summoner spells expended. The Samira finds her kills. And they, well, I guess they're going to go for the reset here. Dragon is available, but the death timers are pretty low for T1. Oner, 20 seconds left on the jungler, so probably just going to be the Dragon.
Favorable trade for TL. They invest a lot of flashes gone, a lot of summoners gone, but the same can be said for T1. And T1 not having a front line, I think are always going to feel tough. This starts up with a pick on Umti, or so it seems, but the hook from Core ensures there's no damage onto Umti, so he doesn't end up going down, and Yon is untouched.
There was almost enough damage. Umti with his heal there off his Sundered Sky barely survives, and then Yon one auto away. You can tell Zeus wanted that one auto so bad to finish it off, but Yon is able to flash the Jarvan engage, and there it is right there.
Look at Spawn. No emotion. No, because
he was the same during finals. Hook again as they look for the engage on Oner, but Core JJ's caught out with the Cataclysm. Gumi, Yushi, and Zeus beginning to open up a great blade. Well, we'll stop the chain of corruption. Dragon taken. Will Umti look for the flank here because the base core's been used by T1. Reset happening for Core JJ. If TL take a fight right now, they're outnumbered. Umti on the flank, but spotted with a fast out automation, and TL won't go any further.
Big thing there is T1, as they have done this entire series, is looking for that quick 1-2 punch when TL are trying to think about setups, trying to recuperate from the previous play. This time around, though, doesn't end up working out, but T1, they have control of this pit. And this time around, Zeus now sitting in 2 items. He's been hovering more towards the Baron side of the map. The first couple of, 24 minutes, he was only in bot, but as long as Vayne is towards top, TL need to keep contesting this Baron.
Yeah, T1, look at the effort that they are expending getting vision control. Them having vision of the river here with all their pick possibilities. They've got FLICKR, they've got Gumayushi, and no members of TL have flashes at the moment, though Umti's will be soon.
So FLICKR a while ago TP towards bot lane, top lane tier 2. APA has the push in this bot side. Oner getting forced away. Seismic shove used by APA. Team Liquid investing in mid and bot. Get the push, go for tier 2 in bot lane. Get that gold, get the standing objectives on the map. APA again using that seismic shove, has to back away after investing it into the wave.
Big thing here is 41, ensure that APA doesn't catch someone inside. Zeus in particular, in the 1v1, unmatched. No one is going to be able to really deal with him unless Yon somehow has the time to get up towards that S rank as FLICKR. This turret is going down.
A sliver of HP.
Umti trying to scare him a little bit there, I think.
Yeah, push the control ward over.
FLICKR does not flinch, though. FLICKR does not flinch. No ultimate used, nothing used there, and T1 will be able to handle these waves, no problem.
FLICKR's sitting on a lot of gold right now, though. About 2,500 in his inventory, 2.2k.
He's been sitting on only this individual rod for quite a while. They really want to hold into this turret.
Still it lives. Drake up in 2.5 minutes, or 3 minutes, would be Soul for TL. And even though Kemso not one of the best Souls, still, Impact was still about 3,000 gold worth of stats across your team. So
death cap.
There it is. A death cap for FLICKR. Is it the death knell for TL?
That said, though, for T1, this is the position where I think the game is most precarious because there is so much burst available for TL. You have great frontline and engage between Impact and Core JJ. And taking down the Samira that is this fat is really hard, particularly when everyone you have is short range. One of the big things that Samira can struggle with is to get taken low before a fight starts. But T1, basically the initial burst and setup has got to be impeccable. They got to find 1 or 2 targets and blow them up in the first second of the fight. So at least Zeus, who has the most consistent damage, has the space to then take down the beefier targets.
Yep, Zeus is going to be extremely fearsome. We've seen how quick the Vayne was already moving with Ultimate plus Ghost. And he has since finished the Trinity Force.
He's zooming.
TL trying to get topside control. Gold basically even between the two teams, but I think if you offered any NA fan coming into the series today, at 30 minutes, you're 2 Drakes up, you're a tower up, and your AD carry is 4-0-1 with gold even. You'd take it, you'd snap the hand off before it could even feed you.
I think this is also a really crucial possible breaking point in the series because T1, they put themselves in this position with the draft that they take. If they aren't able to execute on this, which yeah, we've seen them do many times, but in this tournament, they really have struggled. If they end up going to a 1-1 score against a team that coming into the tournament, they would be thought to be light years ahead of, it can be really, really tough, particularly for a team that we know has had their fair share of ups and downs over the last 2.5 years. They do have so much power with all these AD carries, so much damage. The actual execution is going to be big in the upcoming fight.
It certainly is, and it's going to start with the wards leading up to the Dragon through this blue quadrant of the jungle. Now, if TL are going to focus on getting Dragon Soul here, they have to keep vision of Baron. T1 have insane damage capabilities.
Ona's looking. Chain of Corruption flashed away by Yon. Weaver's Wall coming in as well as Team Liquid look to collapse. Ghost forward by Impact. FLICKR used the Spirit Rush. No Cataclysm yet burnt for Ona. Just that Chain of Corruption invested alongside the Spirit Rush for T1.
That flash, the critical flash on the side of TL. Yon has to use it as all the pressure from T1 comes out of the fog of war.
Zeus.
Baker, he got a charm!
Baker got a charm once again, and it's APA who's shut down. Ona flashes away and is healed up. Yon now caught in the Cataclysm, and the Inferno trigger is just his doom. Another charm landing onto Impact as Team Liquid are pulled underneath the mid-tier 2. Impact goes all out, but he just can't get the damage down. T1 find 4.
Baker doesn't need ult, he has the charm flash. He finds the pick onto APA. They get the kills, and T1 own the map.
Baker looking for another charm as Umpty dashes in, dashes back. Sonic Wave forward, doesn't have the Dragon's Rage. Baker has one more Spirit Rush charge. Umpty could look for this, but Baker wisely realizes discretion is the better form of valor as he backs away.
TL, I think, got up pretty scot-free on that one. They'll give up a Drake, but that could have gone much worse because with the Talia gone right from the get-go, so much zoning is gone, and then Yon trying to salvage a play ends up going down, so then you have no damage, only a Cassante, and I know we've talked a lot about this pick as the TP is coming in. Umpty
has to flash away from the Chain of Corruption, realizes the TP is coming in by FLICKR.
He has ult
Sonic
already.
Wave onto the minion wave, and FLICKR, as you say, has the Spirit Rush up and sends Umpty to the Spirit Realm. You said it might not be much for T1 off the previous play, but that pick spells the Baron.
Baker Ari is clutching it, and the Baron going down quickly.
Weaver's Wall in by APA. Core JJ lands the hook onto Zeus. An S-rank beginning to develop as Zeus flashes the wall. The Ignite's going to tick on him, and T1 have to back away. Zeus escapes on what can only be single-digit HP, but TL immediately call, let's keep this Baron rolling. There's no jungler! There's no smite, as you say. TL going for it. Ona jumps into the pit, has the GA. Impact forced away. Cataclysm. They're going to get it! They're going to get it! Team Liquid! Against all odds! Against all hope! For the LCK! Slam the door! In T1! T1's face, and they're not done yet. Carrier chased away. Team Liquid begin to descend. The Baron secured. Carrier's life no longer his own.
Oh my goodness! TL create the play out of nothing there. They chase them off and force Owner to come in. You cannot smite while you're in GA. They kill the Baron while he's reviving, and now they're pushing on the gates.
Owner going in too early there. T1 with a colossal mistake. Their Baron plays have gotten so much better over the last couple of years, but here TL get the better of them. Now the push has started.
And what a moment for TL. A couple of seconds away, a minute away from victory perhaps, but Umpty now caught out. Chain of Corruption, Dragon's Rage out, Umpty dies. And an overstep is all it takes. You're knocking on heaven's door and immediately you find yourself descending into hell. TL have to retreat, have to reset. They got the Baron. You have to temper your play for a moment.
Big thing here is T1 have shown incredible amounts of tenacity in these type of game states. Can't afford any mistakes, but here, colossal win for TL. As Owner just goes into early, they have so much vision as well.
They focus damage on Owner, and they're able to get him down. The Baron they can then clean up. APA finishes the job while Owner is reviving, and then getting the extra kill. Yon going in, chasing them down. Carry is able to send Gumayushi off to live, but won't be able to escape himself.
Weaver's wall in by APA as he looks to try and stop T1 pushing in for that mid lane tier 2. They'll get it though. FLICKR still has the Spirit Rush. Now in the top lane, Zaya's pushing in.
Problem here though is that TL weren't able to actually get any inhibs. So T1 not really going to lose too much when it comes to the map pressure. Still going to be able to make their way out on this map. Try and fight back against TL, and it's all going to come down to the teamfight execution. We've seen fights that start with APA getting caught off, made it really, or taken down, make it really hard for TL to play. They need the space that he provides, they need his damage, even with Yon being as fat as he is. On the flip side, for T1, if they don't find a pick, this composition is just like loose threads. There is so much burst available on the opposing team that if Zeus doesn't have the space to walk up because he needs to respect the Samira, they're just not going to be able to chew through some of the front line.
The problem for TL is though, so many times FLICKR has been in this sort of position. And so many times he's found the pick. So many times this game he's found the charm that has led them to winning a team fight. TL will regain control as 3. Impact will come to the flank on FLICKR, has the flash, has the Spirit Rush, uses the ultimate to try and escape, goes back in, there's the Charm Path Maker away. Team Liquid grouping up with their top laner who's already at half HP, does have that teleport to rejoin the battle. Yon, rooted, Chain of Corruption, Yon has to pop the Blade Whirl early, and the Cataclysm is sure to follow, you have to feel. Charm against Core JJ once again, and T1 now, their health bars much more healthy than their compatriots. TL forced away.
It's only a 34-second cooldown on FLICKR's ultimate. Basically nothing, level 3 plus the Malignance. Soul Point seemingly to come through here for T1 as an Impact.
Dashes in. Oh, they found him!
Oh,
they
he's
found
dead!
Owner! They just killed him! They just caught him out! Now Gumayushi maybe next on the menu because it's a Weaver's wall, and Gumayushi's all on his lonesome! The engine got popped! He flashes, he heals! Carrier, will he be able to get there in time to save his AD carry? Both summoners burnt. As you say, Owner down. Last team, TL, were the team without the jungler, and they're the ones that secured the objective here. The soul on the line for them.
Maybe you let it go. It's just the Mantech soul. If you lose the fight, you lose the game.
I don't feel like that's in the water for T1. They try and get it, can't quite find it. Umpty looking for the Sonic Wave, can't get it. Spear Rush away by FLICKR. The soul secured for TL. And now T1 trying to get pressure in the mid lane. Impact coming across, he's charmed. Impact low, the shield just enough. The shield keeps him alive. Chain of Corruption dodged. APA coming in with a TP as T1 are corralled into the top side of the jungle. The chase continues for TL, but they won't find much more.
Oh my goodness, we immediately see the Chemtech Soul saving Impact's life there.
baby!
FLICKR makes another huge play for T1, and Guma followed it up, but it's not quite enough damage squeezed out. We kind of need to see what happened to Owner, though.
Yeah.
Here it is. The flag in the Tri-Brush as the rest of the team is split.
He did.
He just didn't realize the ward was there, I guess.
And it is the side mix up again.
Impact being called out, the all out coming out from him to dash across the wall. Owner has the GA back up to re-engage. Owner flashes. He has a Guardian on his shoulder as well as T1 are forced up towards the top side. Spirit Rush used by FLICKR.
Flash for flash, but I do think Umti's is a little bit more valuable with the kick potential. Not getting that kill is huge because if you get that kill, Owner's death time at this point is going to be long, or at least a GA, but if you actually kill him, then you can set up for the Nash without too much of a level of counterplay for T1. That's not going to be the case. Neither jungler going to have the flash available here for the up-and-coming fight, but still this game basically dead even, approaching 40 minutes. And it's impossible to tell. Again, it's all going to come down to the execution.
What a game it is as well between Team Liquid, the NA #1 seed, against T1, the current world champions. As Core is called out, he tries to dredge line, but there's nothing for him to grapple to. Baker dashing forward, has one more Spirit Rush charm, another charm. It's going to land onto Impact. And the rest of T1 begin to collapse. As you say, the Baron available to them. Last time, T1 weren't able to get it, even though they had a jungler and TL didn't. The question is, with no wave in mid, what will TL do? They can look to collapse. Instead, I think they might give this up. The Weaver's Wall, possible from APA. Hope, probable for Team Liquid as they dash in. Gumayushi pulled out with the Fate's Call. Umti able to dodge away from Ono, who has that blast cone. He'll get back into the pit. The Baron down to 2,000. Umti still can get in. No flash for him, but the safeguard to a control ward is all that he needs. Zeus begins to open up. Ono secures the Baron, and now Zeus really has the time to rain hell down on Team Liquid. But into the GA he falls. Meanwhile, Yon finds FLICKR. Can he find more? Inferno Trigger is primed and ready. He's ready to shoot his shot on the international stage, and now the S-Rank falls off. Stopwatch coming out from APA as Owner will go into the GA. Core JJ can't land the dredge line, but the Death Charge will follow up. Yon still looking for more. Owner comes out of the GA, Inferno Trigger pulled, and there's one more for Team Liquid.
Impact will not die in this. Yon's able to pick up the extra kill. Carrier now around the outside, but they should call it quits. Zeus is returning to mid lane.
I take it back, Kentexol. I wasn't familiar with your game. I'm sorry for disrespecting you, because it is what is keeping TL alive. Zeus, without his ultimate, is so much easier to lock down, so he needs to play way more respectful. And as a result, he can't step up to Yon, who takes down Owner.
These GAs, man, these Guardian Angels, these extra lives take counts. Here's another look.
As we see from the get-go, T1 try and keep Umti out of this pit, and they're able to get the Baron secure, but crucially, Zeus keeps them away. So Umti isn't able to get the objective, and so much damage goes down into this Cassante, but even Zeus can't shoot for him, and then this auto from Yon, absolutely pivotal, because it procs the GA, meaning that Yon can go in and take down FLICKR.
Yon is able to step up. He put Zeus into his GA, he put FLICKR into the fountain, and then you have the chase through. Those rocks almost killed Gumayushi, and then they get the other revive here, the other Guardian Angel. Let's get back to live though, this game is insane.
That's a lethality Varus.
Yeah, Guma was doing some sniping, and he almost died. He got chunked under like 75 HP
He hasn't
maybe?
died in this game yet.
And on the other side, Yon just behind him in terms of damage, 6, 1, and 5 on the Samira. The last time we saw this win at an international competition, Danny for EG back in 2022. Can Yon keep that tradition alive?
And he is GA, so in the upcoming fight, he can play way more aggressive.
Here comes Guma though, that sniper you pointed out in the last game. Chunk onto APA early on into the fight. Core JJ is sighted. Where is Umti? Taking the long route through the jungle.
The Spirit Rush, a very short cooldown as APA is down to half HP, does have the TP. As you say, we have to keep our eyes on Umti. He's all the way behind T1, but they have their flanks warded. He'll be spotted as he steps around the corner, currently sitting in the Wolves pit. APA will want to return to base, heal himself up. He's back to around full. T1 doing their due diligence, checking every corner, looking in every nook and cranny. FLICKR. Umti dashes away, the Weaver's Wall in. The smite will get the Edge of Night down alongside the Fate's Call. Umti now needs to dash, dodges the charm, waits on it, but Umti takes half his health. Forced low by the combination of FLICKR and Gumi that have done this, Guma that have done this so many times before.
Elder is about to come up. Neither team can afford to give it up. The amount of damage that's going to come through if the Elder goes to your opponent is unmatchable.
Core JJ, hook. Ona flashes away from the side of the shove, and Core JJ's charmed immediately. Depth charge coming out as well. Hits onto Guma, Faker dashing back in. Team Liquid will look for the push through mid. was trying to heal back up off the Wolves. Yon pops his cleanse, tries to get away. The Elder down to 14,000. TL, this is it. This is your moment. This is your shot. You got to shoot it.
50-50.
You got to look for it.
50-50.
Can you find it? The charm onto impact. 50-50 as OT dives in. But Ona says not today. The Elder taken by T1. And now Zeus has a perfect playground to open up. APA may find one, but T1 are going to wipe Team Liquid off the face of Summoner's Rift.
Owner gets the Elder, and T1 will be the victors. Carrier is going to chase down APA. Faker gets the last hit.
And it's a 40-plus minute game that comes down to an Elder 50-50. Yes, you have Kalista Spears, but this is a Lethality Kalista, and on the other side, the Lee with the Execute, always going to be a big threat. But with the Death Timers, as long as they are the Elder buff, T1 about to go up 2-0, but man, TL made them work for it.
A very singular march down the mid lane here for T1. The Nexus in their eyes, a 2-0 in their eyes, a rematch with G2 on the horizon. They go to match point.
What a banger.
Holy moly.
Holy shucks.
That one's gonna we need to take a breather, because that game, we said it was pivotal and it felt pivotal.
It really was, and one of the, it's just amazing, because coming into today, Kobe, I hope if you don't mind if I say this, we asked you what are your expectations, you're like, job's done. I'm very happy with how far TL have got, but for this performance, yes, not quite able to pick up the win, it has been exceptional from the LCS #1 seed. If you guys are nostalgic for Heartsteel new tunes from Worlds 2023, check out Grind's Glory, a short behind-the-scenes documentary on how the 2023 Worlds opening ceremony presented by MasterCard was brought to life. Scan the QR code on your screen or head over to the LoL Esports YouTube page. We're going to hand it over to the Alice to break down that game. Man, it's so close. It's so close. I can taste it. I can taste it.
So close, yet so far. And I'm watching with Emily and Jat here, and it's just nerve central, because it turned so many times, but there's just a couple of things, I think, you know, like the charms that kept hitting, the Varus that was scaling, that just kept going right for T1, and in the end, there was too much to fight against, seemingly.
I mean, this one hurts because I do think it was a very close game, but at the end of the day, they're down 2-0 and now have to win 3 games in a row. And you could see some of the backstage shots. I was just specifically weirdly like locked into Rainover. He did look quite concerned, because the manner with which they lost that game after Yon had so much gold and their inability to accelerate it is going to be very disappointing for them.
Yeah, I can definitely imagine. But Emily, what do you bring it down to then, the fact that they could not accelerate?
I mean, obviously, I think T1, I am going to return to the fact that they are really good at punishing mistakes. They're also really good at finding their own opportunities, as we are going to see in the HyperX Reflex replay with, we've seen this before, right? The Faker Ahri. I know we are not both very familiar with this, right? Where he does end up landing a very crucial charm in a lot of these fights, right onto APA, and then APA goes down and the rest of the fight just goes very poorly.
It's actually pretty spooky. The Game 5 comp they had against G2 earlier in this tournament was Varus, Kalista, Ahri, and the game was in this random standstill until Faker just lands this miracle flash charm. Like, just having Faker Ahri is a win condition in itself for T1, apparently, and this didn't ultimately win the game right there, but that was so critical to get the momentum away from TL.
Yeah, and I think like we had a lot of back and forth plays like this, right? Where, again, I do think, credit to TL, they were able to capitalize on a lot of T1's mistakes and actually force them to make mistakes. And I thought the biggest difference to me is the way, especially with this Varus Kalista comp, they can set up in Fog, and again, rely on Faker to hit those charms, rely on them to be able to close out in some of these team fights and catch people like or other members out in side lanes. I do think, though, we have not seen a clean game from either of these two teams.
No.
No, not necessarily. In T1, I feel like they're also they're not super elated about these wins because they're not happy with the way that they're winning, and they also have aspirations to win this tournament, which is going to require 4 best-of-5 wins in a row, starting with this one where they're going to have 3 tries for the final game. Just a quick shout-out, though, like Guma, Keria, Varus, Kalista.
It's so good. It's different.
Late game is very strong.
Yeah, they're built different when they get to that late game, right? Let's take a look at the drafts that we saw in these first 2 games because, I mean, again, much like in game 1, there's a couple of things to be happy about, but it just feels bitter, right?
And I really do want to credit Team Liquid because I feel like they've done very good preparation coming into this tournament. I think everyone agreed the red side ban strategy against T1 was going to be what they did with the Azir, Orianna, Ashe. And then when you have the choice to pick blue side, you flip it for the Taliyah.
Yep.
The then Kalista Varus shouldn't be surprising because T1 had it, and they clearly dropped knowing that they're not going to randomly ban Samira and they're going to be able to get it as their 5th pick. So all of this was very well prepared, very well executed, just not quite enough to get it done.
Yeah, and the confidence for them to be able to bring out this Samira. You and I are talking about how this is probably something that they did see success with in scrims, and they prepared specifically to go up against T1. I also do want to credit, obviously, T1, they're so comfortable with this Varus Kalista, right? And the way that they play around Fog, the way that they play with the Kalista ult to kind of buff both of them and be able to control team fights is always so impressive.
We have to go to break, but I feel for TL because if they go down 3-0 here, I feel like they will have felt like they've had it in their hands at some points in these games, and that's the worst way to lose. So I hope they can turn it around as we get into game 3 after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Legends Never Die, Rise, Gods, 3 of the 4 tracks in this year's opening ceremony were created and written by them.
This is a bit of a celebration of the history of these anthems. We put so much into the songs, and to like have them pop up in one ceremony like this is just great because it brings us back to where we were when we started.
This is probably one of the sickest things I've ever seen.
me. Hot stuff in my veins, rock stockings. I change, don't ask for my pain. Get some jeans, some rains. Third time when I get up, little boy, G up. I'm dark, don't speak up. Drop up, down, they need us. Type on me, can't nobody set me free. 给我一个思路 break. I just wanna live liquid now. Silver planet, silver night, hit a new topic overnight. 不用介绍，由来全都流进我口袋。想太多是不斟酌 ，make simple simple。除了我还有谁存活？关我屁事都别问我。不接受建议是我的建立，不需要你庇护，背着我就小心你的，记住。Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Crush.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid.
Liquid. Liquid.
Crush.
Liquid.
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 Yeah.
Basta, pack it up.
핑크를 자신을 리퍼 생주춘 나 두가 버퍼 입샷이 리그고我知道在车车的转一点变我你们像是边角料在我切个钻石之间消耗看看那些小动物牵条脚可以缠绵微微分销掉 drip drop drip drip deep drop 没有的跳的刷 visa 有时我也忘了密码开始 pray like a diva 活着在很多的 Venus 没让我再次陷入迷茫他就从来给我释放喂没什么可他妈写了艺术文化都不想要啊可能有像那个创业家也有繁忙忙的接电话 Basta 全部都我拍秀 Basta 不理会你爱就 TikTok 我的表站在镜子 zigzag 你看不清我秀秀
Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Crush.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid.
Liquid. Liquid.
Crush.
Liquid.
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 Yeah.
Basta, pack it up.
Welcome back to Game 3 here between TL and T1. T1 currently 2-0 up, but TL have shown us a lot of signs of life through this series so far. The question is, can they just go that one step further? Can they just secure that one Elder Dragon that will win them the game?
It's so hard to refocus after a game like that where you put everything out there on the stage, but they have to do it. They have to clear the last couple of games from their minds and just focus on what's ahead of them. Must-win games from here on out for Team Liquid. Try and calm down and focus. You are so close. You know you can do it, but it's so difficult to get over the line versus the world champions.
It's also one of the occasions where a salty run back is not going to feel too bad. Given how the game played out, I think there were a lot of decisions, particularly made by TL, that they're going to feel very vindicated about. The one thing that is tough is that Samira. Don't think you're going to see that again. But the early prio, particularly on the Talia, really did feel like a hit. Even though FLICKR had a great game on the Ari, at least it gives you a little bit more intel and guaranteed information as to what T1 is going to play.
I love it. Slam the Talia, take that thing away. Talia prio remaining extremely high here.
And the question is, will T1 just go Kalista Varus again? It didn't, I don't think is the reason that they won the last game. I think the last game was a multitude of different factors, but you take away the Kalista from the enemy. Instead, Varus with Sejuani.
Makes sense from T1's perspective. Obviously, picking away the Kalista feels great, but playing it into Talia, even in the best of times, can feel kind of rough. And T1, particularly in the mid to late stage of the game, was really missing out. And this is, I think, one of the big mistakes, even for all of T1's strengths they've made for this tournament. It's, again, going really heavy on these extremely lane-focused comps, when we have seen that there has been an extra tool added to mitigate early pressure in lane in the form of lane swaps.
The Kalista and the Nautilus locked in for TL. Corki, the answer in mid. Now, we saw Faker lose this matchup against Knight, and I will say, although APA has had a great tournament, I don't think he's Knight. However, the avenue has been shown to beat Faker on the Taliyah into Corki matchup.
There certainly have. There certainly have. And he did have quite a few seismic shoves on non-CC targets in the previous game, getting some of those picks. Still, though, you are always wary and cognizant of that Taliyah being paired with the guaranteed CC coming from the jungle, so Vi will remain banned here. T1 taking ban duties on that side. Meanwhile, are you going to try and take away support champions from Keria? I mean, that pool is extremely, extremely deep. Or do you want to try and look at top lane?
Do think you have to ban Renata. That's the one that to me is, and I guess they're going to go for the TF as well. I know TF has been a pick that T1 has been criticized for still really highly prioritizing. And I think against BLG it looked really rough, but T1 is a team that loves playing the map. And TF does it better than almost any champion. It's why he's been in and out of the meta for like, I don't know, like 10, 11, 12 years at this point. Has been around since forever. Renata, I do think still has to come through, particularly into Nautilus. That's a really rough matchup, and Renata and Varus is a really strong 2v2.
Yeah, and we assume, of course, that TL are going to be looking for the blind pick Cassante, if Cassante is available. So you're then weighing your defense here. Do you want to try and ban away Zeus again, the Vayne or something, or are you really more worried about the Renata coming from Keria there, or even the Alistar coming from Keria there?
I mean, we did see the Alistar from Core JJ in game 1, so TL obviously put a bit of priority on that support pick. T1 now could look to jungle. I was going to say this, Sejuani can be a support when it's Keria, obviously mostly a jungler. The Rel currently the hover, so it could be Keria on the Rel instead.
So blind pick Cassante assumed. And then Umpty. I mean, Xin Zhao looks decent. Does he want to go back on the Lee Sin for some Q smite winning, plays? Okay, we're cooking a little bit. Some Ivern action. Maybe you put impact on something different than Cassante then.
Nope. Gonna give themselves more time. They might still look in something crazy for Umpty here, but it is going to be at the very least the Cassante again. Gonna be the R5 counter pick here for Zeus, unsurprisingly. This Rel coming in though is interesting because obviously T1 lost Worlds, had Rel at an insanely high prio. Owner had some of the most iconic plays on the champion, the flash over the arrow. But if you're wondering why haven't I seen Rel outside of some support matchup left to right, it's because they took away her jungle modifiers. It's going to be Umpty on the Rek'Sai instead, so still looking to play aggressively. And obviously, especially when he is double frontline this time around, Zeus is just going to go for the Vayne again.
And some people might wonder, you got a Sejuani here, why aren't we picking melee mid, melee top to really get that permafrost passive up? Sejuani does all of the things that she does really well without having a melee to back her up. She doesn't actually need that bonus. She can proc her passive by herself. She can get that permafrost down. She's a good tank. So all that Sejuani does here is just buy you more space. Gives you a good engaged position.
Independent, only needs help from her board. No one else.
Yep, T1 this time around, they have much stronger front line. Very, very good structure with their CC, and they have massive poke because they've got, assuming Faker gets through without a lot of harassment early, the Corki plus the Varus will be a bunch of poke, and then they have side laning options, of course, with Zeus on the Vayne. So a lot of threats here from T1 this time around, and Team Liquid must win this game to continue the series.
Elimination on the line. And a lot of pressure going to be on the general. Umpty in the jungle on that Rek'Sai. We saw Yike have, I think, some of the most standout performances of the Rek'Sai. Jungle Rek'Sai feels a lot more fair than when we saw top Rek'Sai. I think that was universally pretty disliked. On jungle Rek'Sai though, going to be looking for the early plays and maybe, similarly to what BLG was able to do, again, put Faker behind early, because without mid lane prio, T1 does not look like the same team.
Yeah, Team Liquid, they definitely need to win early. They have to snowball this game, and it is such a hard task versus T1 to ever take an early snowball and actually finish the game before you get outscaled.
Well, let's do it once more. On to Summoner's Rift for what could be the final game of Team Liquid's MSI run. For T1, yeah, just another step on the road, another brick in the wall for them to knock over. TL have shown us some promising signs through this series. If it all comes together, wouldn't be surprised if they can take at least one.
With the extra frontline, Gumayushi actually going for the unhit variety of the Varus. Lethal Tempo is picked up here. Definitely more known for the lethality. We saw in the last game as well. T1 have been playing around with the champion for like the last, 2.5 years? Ever since World 2022 in the final, some iconic steals. But the way they use it to guarantee mid lane prior in particular is something that for a lot of teams is hard to deal with. That's going to be a little bit harder for Guma this time around, but sustained DPS is going to be insanely high as the invade is going to get spotted here.
Yeah, he's looking across at a Cassante, Rek'Sai, and Nautilus health stacking front lines.
Oh, yeah.
He's thinking that looks so juicy. Him and Zeus have all of the percentage damage for later. FLICKR will have the poke. Meanwhile, we do get the extra lane swap that you're looking at, and Umpty will cross over to enemy Raptors. No stealing of your weak side jungle camps this time around for either squad, though we do have a little bit of ring around the rosy.
Yeah. And you might wonder why TL are investing into this lane swap. They don't need to avoid Gumu and Keria as much in lane. It's not a double Hail of Blades lane, but putting Vayne behind is really good in a lane swap. The problem becomes if Impact oversteps a little bit in the bot lane and Zeus can chase him down. Ghost used by Impact. He'll be trying to find a safe place to back away, and Zeus went the wrong way, so Impact will get out.
All right, we got a game of ring around the rosy and then a game of hide and seek.
Yeah, just don't risk it.
It's harder to hide and seek when there's a turret hitting you in the back. However, he'll catch the wave a little bit, and that delays the next wave crash. Impact will have time to get back to the tower. That's a very, very unlikely.
And all of that was to absorb 3 melee minions worth of experience. That's how much top laners and lane swaps really covet.
And top laners don't have it easy in general, man. And then the lane swap meta makes it even worse. Will be, I think, good that he's able to deny the kill, overstepping. And there you again see Guma can actually keep going for that play because he has lethal tempo. So it's not just the Halo Blades proc. It's a lot more damage, and Impact now trying to get back to the wave. I don't think he's going to see any of it.
You can see both the supports running Demolish here as well to get through that first plate a little bit quicker. Impact trying to get up to his wave, hasn't used the teleport. Minions dying in the top lane as Yon and Core JJ just proxy farm the wave, and that actually looks like they're going to back and reset around that level 3 marker to get back towards this bottom lane.
Impact still sneaking around too, trying to absorb experience.
I mean, the important thing here is like that you're splitting the XP 3 ways instead of 2. Right? In the top lane, Core JJ and Yon were able to get 2-person split here. Impact's just, he's just trying. Just trying to get every bit of XP he can manage.
He's getting some of them, those ranged minions. And now you're going to have the lane swap back. Core JJ and Yon finally arrive, and Impact is also going to do the little chase down play.
Yeah, he'll find Gumayushi. Trades back into him. Hail of Blades coming out. Hail of Arrows, in fact. Core JJ looking for the dredge line. Lands it onto Keria, who can just Pheromancy mount his way off and escape the play.
Impact is doing a lot in this lane swap. He's doing a lot as far as soaking in the experience, as well as going for the small delays here, these little plays in the lane swaps to try and get you that experience.
Ooh, still not backing though. Does have the TP available, so can go towards the top side at a moment's notice. Maybe expecting a follow-up play. Keria stuck around here as well. Out of pots. We do see APA this time making his way over. Owner trying to cover for this dive.
Owner level 4, Keria 2, Guma 3. Impact and Umpty on the way. It's a 5-man dive in the bot lane. Just play safe, T1. Owner here to protect. Pathmaker forward. Guma flashes away from it, but the seismic shove finds 2. And Keria's already down, answering. Impact falls himself. As TL might look for more, they'll at least get this wave crashing in. Owner and Gumayushi under the tower, not much health, no summoners for Guma. Baker coming in from the side as well, but that control ward stops him in his tracks as it looks like in the end it will be a 1-for-1 exchange.
Yep, TL go for the classic old 5-person dive on the bottom side and try and deny some more minions there and Impact the willing sacrifice in that dive.
Big thing here is that because of them threatening another dive, FLICKR actually feels incentivized to play aggressively as APA.
Owner's on the chase here as well.
No
has the
flash.
flash. APA has no flash. And he doesn't really have a hope in hell of getting out, but instead T1 back away with Core JJ moving in from the side.
Big thing there, Owner does have his flash, but doesn't want to use it because he flashes in and there's he flashes into the waiting arms of Umpty and Core JJ. He'd end up going down. Doesn't risk it. The hook. Keria's there.
Looking for the damage. Owner has to flash away. Yon joining the fray. He's on the wrong side of the wall compared to his teammates.
Going for the big punish there. Jungler's flash for flash, and CoreJJ investing his ignite as well. Topside, meanwhile, Impact did get back up to that wave towards the turret, but Zeus is going to be pretty happy this time around. The Vayne with the experience lead because of all the early shenanigans on the bottom half.
That's the one price they had to pay, and because it was Carrier that went down, not Guma, the deficit, 41, really not that big of a deal. Still, Guma did have to give up a decent amount of the wave. Carrier gets hooked again, but should be fine here underneath the turret. And we do see Yon.
Flash.
Oh!
Yon flashes away from the shadowing strike. He's going to need a piercing arrow through his back, but manages to escape the CC chain.
Because of the kill that Guma got, the gold is basically even. So, do see APA now level 6. Zeus needs to play respectful. I've seen these Talia roams be super impactful in the early to mid game.
Honors even between the teams so far. Zeus building up that lead in the top lane, about 500 gold ahead, mid relatively even. Yon has a CS lead, but because Gumayushi picked up a kill, the gold between them at a standstill. CoreJJ and Yon are looking for this. Carrier hook, no flash on him. Shadowing strike finds one stun. Carrier has a bunch of spears in his back to end coming out. Gumayushi locked up with the staggering blows from the Nautilus, but Faker's on the way, and Yon is falling first. Faker looking for more. Instead, it's Guma who secures the kill.
Mid lane priority. Faker with the roam down, closes the door behind the bottom lane, and that is huge for this early game. Absolutely massive to get the Kalista Nautilus off the map, to get Guma and Carrier pushing that one right back out.
And so much was invested by TL to try and get this bot lane ahead. They set up the 5-man dive. They were able to build a decent lead when it comes to the CS, but now another kill for Guma.
And remember, we cautioned about the T1 scaling of the Corki, and if Faker is going to be able to get through this early game, he got one of the kills also, paid for his roam down there. TL, though, they respond on the reset with the objective. They will at least try and trade.
They don't take it that quickly, though. It's still at 2,000 HP. They're looking for Owner. CoreJJ going in, only level 4. Weaver's Wall's going to separate the two teams as Umti dives in. Onto Owner, still the damage coming out. TL will find one. Faker trying to put the damage in from the side, but Impact's roams across as well. Faker has to flash away from Impact. Pathmaker in, double stun, all out. Carrier survives under the tower, but Faker does not have that luxury. TL find 2.
Impact finds his old teammate and takes him down, and a couple of kills going over to TL.
Once again, Impact always looking for the team plays as a top laner, and with Zeus up topside there on the Vayne, quietly but surely farming up and increasing his lead. Impact comes for the team play yet again. You see on the minimap, he's recalling now as they go for the seismic shove onto Owner. You know, T1, they did put a stop to the Dragon, but TL, they want to get early kills. They want to accelerate the early game. So they kind of welcome some more chaos here, and Faker, even though he flashes into the W, and then Impact's able to W him against the wall for the ultimate and pick up the extra kill.
That said, though, that was a heavy investment. When it comes to the gold, it's nice, but they weren't able to also get the Dragon. So I'm not 100% sure if getting those kills is worth Zeus getting even further ahead. It was a 300 gold lead. Now he's sitting at a 600 gold lead, and the rest of TL is going to have to invest some resources to ensure that this Vayne doesn't get completely out of control.
The question will be whether they can lock him up in a fight as well. Carrier Hex flashing across the wall. They're shadowing strike, chain of corruption, piercing arrow. Impact down to 100. One more auto. Carrier takes it with the ignite. Impact unable to survive the dive from the T1 bot lane. And meanwhile, Zeus just moved towards mid to try and catch this. APA a little bit pushed up. Faker collapsing, but in the end, APA should be able to remove himself to the safety of CoreJJ and Umti.
Yeah, and you can see the positioning of both Zeus and Faker. They very well know our entire side of the map.
Faker! Seismic shove, dredge line. Faker just Valkyried into it. And now Faker, who tried to escape, won't be able to. APA sends him to an early grave.
Flashback to the play that Knight found. The Valkyrie not going to be enough to take Faker out. Yeah, T1 trade on the bottom side of the map, but that's an unforced error.
I was just about to say, oh, Faker and Zeus, look at their positioning. They're hovering on the bottom side of the map.
Good,
but
yeah.
Then Faker tries to cross back towards the tower, towards mid, and APA gets the seismic shove.
A greedy route, to say the least. Yon looking for the 1v1 here against Zeus. APA here to join the party, make it a 2v1. Flash away from Zeus, pop the final hour as well. But the countdown on that final hour is ticking. Yon takes a tower shot. APA takes another. And Zeus pull up in and outplay from this position. There's the Ghost. Unraveled Earth going down. Zeus trying to do everything he can to dodge away. And he continues to do so until Yon puts a spear in his back. FLICKR getting chased away. The Valkyrie will get him to safety this time.
What those top laners will do for some experience. He ults and he dives right under the tower trying to get some of the minion wave. And eventually, APA and Yon are able to get him.
It's APA being the big difference maker here, punishing Zeus, who does have a tendency to overextend inside lanes. And APA currently involved with 5 out of the 5 kills for TL.
Meanwhile, though, because he did vacate that mid lane, Gumayushi is happy to cash in.
TP from APA up towards the top side. He'll be the one answering Zeus' push for now. Maybe even looking for a bit of a bush bait. Gonna wait to see if Zeus oversteps. No Ghost, no Flash, no ultimate either. Seismic shove the tumble. Oh, Zeus quick on the trigger to press that Q key and escape the clutches of APA.
And that was a critical play, because if you don't do that and you do get chunked out, then you'll have the rotation over from mid for TL towards these Void Grubs, which now are contestable by T1. Zeus going for the teleport play here on top side. They're calling in FLICKR.
FLICKR joins the party. APA looking for the damage onto Zeus, condemned into the wall and condemned to death by T1. The Grub started by has the pressure in mid, but no longer a mid laner in top to protect him.
Zeus though effectively taken out, so if TL feel brave, they might still try and at least get a 4th grab, but they don't want to risk it, it looks like, with Guma and Carry also in the area.
We'll just back away. Impact used this time to push in the bot lane, another plate to him, 2 minutes before those fall off. Gold relatively even between the two teams, only 400 the difference.
What's really big is that with this play, Zeus was up 600 gold. Then, first, they found him with the kill, and then there, even though APA doesn't actually get the kill onto this Vayne, he still misses out on more. So now, between the goal between this Cassante and this Vayne is going to be even. Does that mean that Impact is suddenly going to be winning the matchup? No, but at least it buys him a little bit more space. As I say that, though, Zay is showing that Impact still needs to pay respects.
And then in the aftermath, as TL are able to push out with the top side tower already being taken, 6 Void Grubs is on the menu. And they are the team that has to worry about the timeline in this game, since there is so much scaling on the side of T1. So 6 Void Grubs is actually quite critical for TL.
Break up in 2.5 minutes. Won't be a Chem Soul this game. We've already had a Mountain and a Chem. We'll see what Soul develops. Umti's on the top side of the map. FLICKR's going to answer the push that has been laid down by APA. With Owner and Carrier on bot side, I expect FLICKR to play relatively safe here.
He does have Flash, so see if Umti can actually combo over that wall, or if they're just going to allow the push in. Looks like they just finish off their push towards the secondary tower and go for the recall. FLICKR does not put himself in a dangerous spot this time around.
Thanks to the kills given to both these 80 carries, both of them currently sitting on Blade of the Ruined King, Berserker Greaves. Gold basically dead even. Little bit of an experience leader for Yon. That's going to be what I'm going to look towards as we get towards this Herald fight. Which of these 80 carries can actually put out the damage necessary to get their team to win? Because there's so much backline threat, either with the CC of this Taliyah and of this Nautilus. On the other end, the hard engage from Owner and Carrier.
And on the reset there, Core JJ and Yon coming over to make sure that not only do they steal away the red buff here, but should be able to clean up this Rift Herald.
Oh, Carrier's just backing.
Yeah, this really pushes ahead the timeline. I like this from Team Liquid. The focus here, they know they have to index so heavily into these top side neutral objectives in order to get this map open.
FLICKR going to step forward. Umti jumping across the wall.
See?
FLICKR, Flash, knock up from Umti. The Glacial Prism, though, is going to land onto Umti. And he'll be forced away. Flash for Flash in the end, the exchange.
Just a millisecond there between the seismic shove follow-up and the knock-up duration from Umti, going for that lightning quick flash play, but they could not quite chain it onto FLICKR. FLICKR's flash is down though for Umti's flash. See if that ends up becoming an issue for FLICKR.
Crucially there, Owner in position. If he doesn't land that ultimate, if Umti gets off an extra auto or two, then all of a sudden you're within ult range. Maybe can turn it into a pick. Not going to be the case here. Instead, FLICKR gets out with his life, thanks to Owner standing at the ready as the Dragon coming up in about 25 seconds. That is going to be the next objective these two teams are going to fight over.
Yeah, and with Team Liquid having that Rift Herald, they can even make a strong push mid first and drop Rift Herald and blow open the tower. But it looks like they want to punish FLICKR's lack of flash. Core JJ goes around, he'll get spotted, and that will alert FLICKR.
Yeah, Core JJ on the flank here. FLICKR no flash, as you said, Kobe. He tries to Valkyrie forward, just looking to clear the wave, dodges the seismic shove. Well done, FLICKR. He gets most of the wave, one cannon minion survives. But meanwhile, T1 are pushing in this bot side for the Drake. Will be their second of the game.
Yeah, and again, I do like that call because TL know, hey, we're not that team that's going to play a super long game stacking dragons against you.
Yeah.
They need to snowball. They need to get more of these topside objectives, and so FLICKR plus a charge in here for APA. All 6 Void Grubs picked up, so you get the extra swarm of Void Mites here.
T1, they try their best to make the best, or they try their best to make the best of a bad situation. In this case, FLICKR getting taken down has happened to this team a lot. The immediate counter punch is just a dragon. It is a very valuable soul with the Hex stack coming through again. But I agree with you, Kobe, especially now that you're looking to accelerate your gold lead as TL. Getting these side lane turrets matters way more than the idea of maybe getting a soul at some point.
Really. You see 2 Knight's Vows as well on T1. Keria has put his onto Gumayushi. Owner yet to use his, as far as I can tell. He's been near FLICKR a couple of times, hasn't put it on him. Expect that he's waiting to put it onto Zeus, but he's had the Knight's Vow for a while and hasn't put it on anyone in a way that has reflected any damage. So we'll see if that's an oversight from Ono, if he's waiting for the opportune moment to use that on his accomplish. TL trying to catch out Zeus on this top lane. We've already seen FLICKR fall to this sort of play. TL can go for it. Zeus, let's use the tumble. Here we go. Flash, depth charge, and where's Zeus even gonna go? You don't get an opportunity to move. TL may push for an in-hit.
Topside after topside after topside play for Team Liquid, and now they can push on Inhibitor Tower.
Who's even going to react? Owner's on his way across. FLICKR on the reset as well, but with 6 grubs, these mites just bolster your forces so quickly. Don't go for the inhibitor. Glacial Prison's going to land onto Yon. He still holds on to the cleanse. The package in, double TP. T1 investing into this play. Void Seeker in as FLICKR is forced over the wall. Carrier jumping in with a Magnet Storm, but is the chase there in time? Umti fills to a piercing arrow from Narnia, but Carrier follows suit quickly after. The Chain of Corruption will lock up TL for a second. Gumayushi stepping back forward with a ghost. Yon can chase you down, Guma. Yon can chase you down. But the smallest fraction of HP keeps Guma alive.
How does Guma keep doing it? But Zeus?
With the final hours of the final chapter in TL's story here at MSI. FLICKR the first target all out, but can Impact do enough against Zeus? Just 1. He's looking to make it 2. He's dodging, he's dipping, he's weaving his way around. The ghost enough to keep him alive for a second, but TL continues to collapse.
So low.
Carrier's reset and he's coming through the Hex gates. Weaver's wall will separate the play as APA dashes in. They know Zeus is in the alcove having a little break, having a little moment to himself. But APA doesn't have the mana and he just can't find Zeus. In the end, he falls to the threaded volley. FLICKR Valkyries away. Carrier rejoined the fray and found another kill for T1.
The madness! The madness! Does it continue? We've got to push on mid lane
they're
there.
gonna look for a dive, surely.
X flash over. Gumayushi is going to get the whole tower mid, I think.
Carrier's just chasing in. Unraveled body going out, the knock up. Umti's rejoining the fray. Carrier tanking the tower, APA first to fall. FLICKR with the TP has joined up with his buddies to fight in the top lane. Permafrost will stun Umti for a second, but Yon is here to party. So's Guma, and TL are at a numbers disadvantage 4-3 as Impact runs out of the base and is actually going to go catch the midway.
It's the stalling there from Zeus, giving T1 the time to regroup, and as you point out, Kobe, while all that was going on, Guma able to just start shoving in mid. Zeus draws so much time and attention to himself that by the time TL actually take him down, reinforcements are there.
The dancing from FLICKR and Zeus. Zeus Hex gates out to delay TL because he knows if they can make the play longer, they can get the extra objectives here. And they are dancing with a little bit of death here. Barely Impact lives. You see that rocket go right by his head, but Zeus got the flash shut down, the important kill there, and then is able to delay so much longer in that alcove, even though you know the end of this story, Chronicler.
Even though it ends up with Zeus going down, it means that the rest of TL is just focusing on this play, but look towards mid. Even in the case of the dive not happening, it was still going to be a gold positive trade for T1. At the same time, though, they did lose the inhib turret, so if at any point now they make a big mistake, that highway into their base is in fact open.
30 seconds on, soul point for T1, a Hex soul their target. They've got flashes up as well. Ona, FLICKR, Guma all still have that summoner. Yon and APA have burnt theirs, as has CoreJJ. Only 2 percentage points between the combat gold. You can see about 2k, not too impactful as CoreJJ looks for it, but can't find the dredge line. APA tries to separate the team, but at the moment, TL can't find the avenue of approach they're looking for.
Yeah, they're trying to force the engage while FLICKR's not there. Before TL get poked by these rockets from the Corki. Now after FLICKR finishes up the wave,
Seismic shove onto Ona, into the knockup. He's going to have to burn the flash. FLICKR coming from the flank, has that big one charged up, and here comes the Magnus Storm onto the backline. Umpty locked up for a second, down to 200. Impact going in as well, as they manage to lock up FLICKR. The Seismic shove doesn't hit, but the all-out is everything for Impact. He pulls back his former teammate and sends him to a watery grave. Impact falls though as Gumayushi stabs him in the back. The Seismic shove just dodged by Ona as T1 looks to continue the aggression. Umpty's in the pit, the Drake up. Where will T1 go?
Zeus doesn't have his ultimate available anymore, can't quite step up. Guma is trying his best to keep it together, to output the damage necessary. TL gonna be getting the Drake.
More as well as we do. Core only lands it onto Ona. The Seismic shove's gonna flick him back though, and APA takes the kill. CoreJJ able to survive, but Gumayushi and Zeus still very healthy and carry us back on his way. No Magnus Storm for him, but a Hex Flash if he wants to get into the fray. Can't do it right now. TL will back away. They managed to secure the Drake as the fight began.
the game is so tense right now. TL, they know they have to keep forcing these plays. They force on mid, and Impact gets another ultimate to bring FLICKR over to the rest of the team, getting the extra kills for themselves, and they get a dragon on top. Take a look at the timeline too, because I thought there was going to be a bigger punishment on Umpty. They got a seismic shove which forces owner splash here, but then the Varus ultimate into the Sejuani ultimate gets like 80% of Umpty's life, and it is the turn of shooting CoreJJ back in and then Impact the critical ult onto FLICKR.
Even before that, Impact already is zoning away the member. Zeus can't actually step up. Without Zeus autoing, it's so hard to make the play. Guma again keeping it together for T1. Perfect game thus far.
We're fighting against Chain of Grubs is going to land on CoreJJ. Carrier kept at bay by Impact down towards the bottom side. Umpty is separated from his team. The Weaver's Wall coming in by APA. Carrier flashes into it and he place spawns in. The Magnus Storm catches CoreJJ for the moment. Zeus on the flank. Carrier and Impact will be and CoreJJ will be the first to fall. The Prey Seeker onto the backline by Umpty, but he just doesn't have the damage. And now Impact has to run for the hills. The seismic shot onto Ono is enough with the spear from Yon. Zeus trying to get into the fight, but he can't quite get close enough as T1 and TL continue to butt heads.
It's raining arrows, it's raining rockets. TL, they try to hold on, but the continuous damage in these fights is just too much.
And Gumayushi still has yet to die. This Varus has been insane. Almost to 3 items. After his recall, probably is going to have him completed. Let's take another look at it, though, and how it started out. They went for the engage on a CoreJJ, but critically he got his hook off there for his aftershock as well. And then you see the tier 2 of this engage. Wall does get Carrier a little bit pincered, but then it's support for support trade, basically.
Crucially here as well, I think Zeus kind of throws them off because he walks back into vision with the Nautilus ult on him, which splits up the fight. One part of TL is like, okay, we got to kill this Vayne. The other part is we got to try and collapse on the existing members, but that allows more space for T1 to do their thing. The goal, though, dead even at 24 minutes.
And for TL, who do you need to step up? It's Yon, it's APA, the 2 players that they have built the bedrock of this team on the North American talent. Of course, CoreJJ and Impact, the veterans. Umpty, the general, joining the squad this year. But when I think of TL, I think of APA and Yon and what an MSI they've been having. The question is, here at what is not the final hurdle, but is definitely the biggest one they faced, can they overcome it?
They need to find another pick. They have to force plays here and then try and pick up a Baron afterwards. Because FLICKR's already at his 2 items. He's got his Muramana transformed. Evasion here from T1. They avoid the attempted pick from TL. Vision control is complete, though.
Big thing here is that unlike the last game, T1 is so much more consistent in the team fights because they have frontlined themselves. We see the value
they
that
did this in the finals. They did this in the finals. Umpty called for a Baron when they thought that FlyQuest didn't know, and right now T1 are having done to them what they've done to so many teams in the past. It's down to 4,000, they have no idea! TL against T1, sneak the big purple worm under their very noses, and T1 are found wanting.
That's exactly what T1 need. Now let's see what can they get with it. They have to take as many towers as possible. Mid lane, they keep up the pressure here, even while APA and Core JJ go for their recalls. There are Hex Gates to get their reset off a little bit quicker. Remember also, topside inhibitor is exposed, and they're sending APA here on the Taliyah up around this side.
Having seen a lot of T1 in these situations, what they're going to be looking for is Keria going in aggressively with the follow-up of Owner. That snap engage of this T1 comp, even if it doesn't initially take down one of the members, with Terminus now done for Gumayusi, with FLICKR approaching his third item, the amount of damage they're able to put in short time, not even taking into account the fact that there's a Vayne there. There's so much threat. Don't get the cancel. Could have been big to at least force something like a flash. And you see T1 gonna have to seize control and just weather the storm of this Baron.
And that Vayne you mentioned, Zeus' Ghost is about to come off cooldown. That is a scary Vayne. Gumayusi has been the backbone, but a lot of these plays have been opened up by Zeus playing with vision and the threat here coming from his pick.
T1, they've been in this position so many times before. They are such a good team at taking you in fights, finding pockets of vision to get those flanks for Keria, to find those engages for Keria. Here we see them trying to clear TL. Doing it by the numbers though. They have set up their vision line. The Drake started by Yon, who can just dash across the wall.
Is APA gonna go for the inhib right now while T1 are doing Baron?
It's only the Drake, right? It's only the third.
I mean,
APA will get the inhibitor. And TL are happy enough with that. The Drake secured by T1 will put them on soul point. TL trying to get the mid lane prior, trying to force T1 to take the long route round because APA can always Weaver's wall off from behind enemy lines. Glacial Prism wide again. There's the Weaver's wall we talked about. The package coming in as well as Keria jumps behind enemy lines. The Chain of Corruption coming in. FLICKR being called out by Umti. Keria has spears in his back. And TL have death in their eyes. Keria the first to fall. Zeus doing everything he can on the backline, but Core JJ will lock him up for a second. Zeus flashing, ghosting, dashing away. The final hour, perhaps the final chapter in TL's books here. The seismic shot dodge to the side. T1 looking for the re-engage. Umti has kept FLICKR away from the fight for as long as he can, and TL still 5-man strong as T1 force them away.
Even with a mismatch between Keria and FLICKR, FLICKR, it's a disengaging package. Keria, he's going in. The Weaver's wall doesn't allow them to actually follow up. It doesn't matter because as long as these carries are alive, you can't push through against T1. Guma had to ghost. Zeus had to blow both his summoners. The inhib towards top is down. But the soul point crucially goes to T1. And we talked about it in the last time we saw it with the ASO. Corky with a Hextech Soul. And even though it's not lethality, Varus with a Hextech Soul is a nightmare to play into.
All right, Team Liquid trying to keep up that push though. Keep up the pace of the game. They spent another 5 minutes giving that Dragon. What can they get out? Now it's only 3.5 minutes left on the arrival of that Soul that you warn of, Chronicler and TL. They're closing in. Another secondary tower here. 50% HP. There goes to Leo Wall.
Weaver's wall being used well by APA from the side lane. They'll take the final tier 2 that's standing. With it, a 4,000 gold lead. And for TL, they are in the driver's seat, but we've talked about scaling. We've talked about the power of T1, the Hex Soul on the horizon for them. They have such strength. Likely waiting for Zeus to have his sums back up, for Guma to have the Ghost. But Guma at 3 items, FLICKR at 3-2. It is a very mighty wall you have to climb as TL.
What's remarkable though is, Keria taking this.
Oh, Keria goes in, and Umti immediately dives on him. The Magnus Storm will do nothing.
Top mid is
down
down.
in TL, and
They
as you
have a
say,
wave.
Keria down, they have a wave, but FLICKR can start to clear it. The mid lane should be their target instead. Get the wave through there, look for the inhib, or maybe you just look for the win. Can TL grasp victory from the jaws of defeat?
You gotta try, you might not get another opportunity. 20 seconds on Keria.
TL will do it by the numbers, push through mid instead. Piercing arrow charged up by Gumayusi as T1 look to make their last defense. TL pushing forward, and they will get the inhib. T1 cede it to them.
Keria is going to be up in 8 seconds. You have to call off the pressure now. The objective was achieved from Team Liquid. They came into this game knowing we must focus topside. The Void Grubs could be it. Now they wait. On vision. The control word is down. Can they make another pick?
2 steps forward. Gotta be Keria. APA step back, and Keria realized in that moment perhaps there was something lying in the darkness. No vision though for T1 as they push back into this jungle. A minute though before the Baron comes back up. Umti now spotted on that ward.
For T1, I don't know if they expected this kind of resilience. Losing a game 2 like that is such an insane amount of pressure. So exhausting to play these long games where you have to remain focused. T1 right now, 4.5K behind. Yes, the Soul is still waiting. Yes, their team fight is strong, but they're down 2 inhibs. Getting out on the map is going to be way harder.
In a second game here, Team Liquid are pushing the world champions to the brink. T1 have 1 inhibitor left to defend at. 1 inhibitor tower to defend at. And here comes TL, reset, 20 seconds left on Baron. With the extra pressure that you get from 2 inhibitors worth of super minions going down top lane, going down mid lane, that is what they can use to try and move in and first take vision to try and get their game-winning pick. Look at that Talia with the death cap done with 9 stacks on the Dark Seal. With the extra rod turned into the Shadow Flame. All right, APA. Set up on the Talia with a huge, huge gold advantage. Umpty as well on this Rek'Sai.
APA, a 2,500 gold lead in the mid lane from TL challengers to LCS champions within a year, and now challenging on the greatest stage of them all. MSI here against the GOAT, the greatest player of them all, against the world champions. Can TL cross that final mile?
They have to pressure T1 enough to buy at least time to burn the Baron or actually get a pick. Right now, T1 are playing really, really well, cautiously holding these waves.
They might trade, get the Hextech Soul and give up the Baron. The problem is 2 inhibs are down, so that is a really big risk that T1 are taking, but it looks like they're committing.
They're gonna burn it. TL have made the call, fine, you can have the Soul. We need to win this game on this Baron. If TL do not win the game on this Baron, they are in big trouble because the Hex Soul acquired by T1.
Importantly for TL, they will be able to get the top.
Oh, they have just respawned!
As well.
That's going to be gone.
About 5-10 seconds ago. Impact's looking for it here with the Baron up minions. The rest of TL on their way to try and defend him. Will T1 overstep? They have the package. Will FLICKR go for it? Will he think the Impact's all alone? But he's not. His friends are here. His team is here. And FLICKR has to flash away. Carrier flashes away too. A great collapse from TL, but with the chain of corruption coming in. Cordy J's down to half HP, and T1 can look for a bit more of a Barney. A bit more of a fight as Zeus tumbles forward. 2 flashes out. TL back out. The Hex Soul for the Baron. The trade we have decided on. And for TL, it is 2.5 minutes away from glory. For T1, they just gotta wait it out.
If Carrier didn't find those couple of pixels there and got knocked back with the seismic shot, we've seen what happened to him. If the Rel isn't the one engaging, even if you proc Aftershock afterwards, even if you get enough CC to get your resistance after that, you're just gonna die. Carrier has died a lot in this game already, setting up the engages together with Owner. If he would have died there, particularly with the Baron buff, that could have been enough, but instead, that does actually take a lot of time. So T1, they're going to try and remain calm. They weren't able to get the top side inhib, were able to get the shove because they have to back off after their initial play doesn't end up working out, and we just need to hold on for 1 minute and 40. Our inhibs are going to come back up, and we have a permanent objective in the Hextech Soul. And again, the amount of slow, I think in particular, and the fact that it changed,
so useful.
It's so annoying to play into.
Incredibly useful here. T1 hit the jackpot there. Let's see what they can do with it. TL are hoping, but I don't think anyone takes this bait because T1 are just looking at the clock and saying, hey, you're the ones under pressure. You're the ones with the Baron that is expiring.
Umpty wall coming out. FLICKR has no flash. Umpty flashes for him.
He's dead.
FLICKR falls.
They gotta go for it.
1 minute.
Can they get it? Can they defy all expectations and become the very epitome of the unknown here against T1? NA's candle has burned brightly here at MSI, but I thought today it would be extinguished. TL
triple
have
inhibs.
other plans. FLICKR down for 30, Baron remains for 45. Impact pushing in the bot lane, the inhib, the first target for TL. Will they take it slow or will they go for a battle here against T1, underneath their Nexus towers? Owner flashes forward, and he catches one. APA able to flash out in time. The final hour from Zeus, trying to put the final chapter in the nail of the coffin of this book for TL. Zeus dashed in, and APA puts him in his place. TL will not be going quietly into the night. They will defy every expectation and take take a game against T1.
Team Liquid, they will take a game versus the world champions here at MSI. The poise on stage, on this huge, grand international stage. APA and Yon, they hold strong. In TL, they make the call. We are going to go more early game than you. We are going to focus on all the topside objectives. We are going to focus on the game-ending void objectives, and they barely squeak it out, even giving up a Hex Soul.
So much of that game was mid and AD carry. Yon and APA, we sang their praises, and in the end, finding the pick there, Core JJ ready to follow up, taking down FLICKR, who is both the wave clear and so much of the damage on T1.
These Team Liquid players have to be so proud right now. The hard work that they have put in, the faith that they put in, their young players, and for it to be rewarded here versus world champs is huge.
It's just absurd. It's been 2,033 days since the LCS beat the LCK in a best-of-5 series. There's a small glimmer of hope there.
Now
on
it's
the
0.
horizon.
It's one game.
It's one game. It has to be a
Look it over
best-of-5.
inside now. Take one game.
Okay, we'll take one game. We're going to hand over to the LSS to break down that win.
Team Liquid, they're still in it. I will push back just a little bit because what am I hearing? You were close in the first 2 games. It was heartbreaking. You showed a lot of good things in draft and in the play. T1 is not playing their best. You inched closer and you did it in game 3. I do not think you are happy with just a game, and I don't like this reductive storytelling. They are in this.
I know who doesn't also like it. It's TL.
Yeah.
Because I do think, absolutely, they came in being like,
Sorry, I was shouting, but I feel strongly about this.
Unlike me, being like, we can win this series. And I think the biggest play from this game was that first Baron sneak, right?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I think the other biggest play was when Brother FLICKR decided to overstay in the top lane, because if they don't win on that Baron push, I think the series is a wrap. But absolutely, Team Liquid really had a lot of pressure on themselves, not just because they're facing elimination, but because they do not scale as well. If this game goes ultra late, if it stays even gold, they lose, and they managed to pull off a Baron sneak. The thing here that I think sealed it is the fact that Kalista was on a wave the whole time. So that's the one you think is going to try the 2-man sneak Baron, and APA had death cap at this moment and just crushed the Baron.
Yeah, and I think obviously it underscores the importance of this Taliyah pick, but it also underscores the fact that this is something we've seen TL do domestically as well, and also responds to something that previously, I think T1 were absolutely lights out at. And it was around their Baron setups and really tracking not only when their opponents could do Baron, but specifically setting it up for themselves. So whenever they were able to capitalize on a mistake, they're immediately going for that objective. We already saw it in this series. So absolute,
so many fights.
Yeah, absolute credit to TL. This early game was bonkers.
They were down 1,000 gold when they found this engage, so they have been needing to make a lot of clutch plays. If you think back to game 1, they were also about 1,000 gold down, and winning these like middle-ish game fights around early dragon setups has been pretty crucial. Then there was this sequence, this was the conclusion of the sequence, where they found 3 consecutive picks controlling the top side of the map, kind of catching T1's hand in the cookie jar over and over again, and these are the types of things that had opened up the lead for TL.
Yeah, and we were talking about it and watching, and I mean, you were saying bad trade with the Baron to the Drake. I don't want to see this, but I think you say it there. They had found those consecutive picks, and there was something that was making us irk, thinking someone's T1 is due getting caught.
Yeah, I mean, obviously hindsighting, it's fine.
But I said it before.
Yeah, it's obviously fine to take the Baron for the Hextech Soul trade if you win. If you're able to win within the Baron push, and you can see 15 seconds to spare. FLICKR, I thought he was going to be sitting at the Nexus. He pushed way past that line, and Team Liquid jumped on him right away. So I do think that FLICKR is going to want to play a lot better in the next game, but that is the straw that broke the camel's back in this game. It's not like there were other things that Team Liquid wasn't taking advantage of.
Yeah, and obviously you could see the thought process from TL, right? They're like, we do get outscaled. I know you didn't like the trade, and I'm not necessarily defending it myself, but I do think going into this series and specifically looking at the mid and mid to late game of what there was a late game in this game, I do think you see the thoughtfulness behind everything TL is doing, right? Like, they are opting into that trade specifically, and they are counting on themselves to be like, we will make our tempo advantage, and we will be able to close this out. And credit to TL, because I think previously, that was the thing that we were looking at, being like, okay, when they do end up getting an advantage, are they able to push the tempo to win and make it look like they can close T1 out? And previously, it was T1 who was doing that to them.
In the previous games as well, and it's also, even late, these skirmishes are so hard to win. You know, we saw Gumayushi hitting so incredibly hard in the front, and you say it, you're just so afraid of that scaling coming to fruition, and they close the door just in time, and I think that is really great to see.
I mean, I'm really nervous for Game 4,
Why?
obviously. Well, because
Let's look at the
T1's going to
draft.
take the blue side back.
Yes.
And I do think the blue side's pretty crucial in the series because of the things that Team Liquid has been doing in the ban phase. They're banning two of Faker's champions and the Ashe, and this means that they're going to have the Talia over if they want it for T1, unless TL wants to change their bans. But another thing that I would want to discuss would be like, yes, this series is 2-1, and it will really suck for TL if it ends 3-1. Because if I look at just the different stages of the game where I feel like TL or T1 has been advantaged in, I think TL has had better drafting. I think they've actually had better macro and mid-game, but I think T1 has ultimately had better team fighting and slightly better laning, and then they're narrowly up 2-1 because Game 2 was so close. But Emily, what do you see for Game 4 draft?
I mean, obviously, TL are heavily prioritizing the Cassante, especially since they have opted into swaps in this series. I think the most interesting thing, especially, obviously, they're going to be going back to red side. I fully expect them to just stick with this ban strategy. I don't expect them to drop the Ashe. I wouldn't if I was them, because Ashe is very scary. But the Cassante prio is the main thing that I would be wondering if T1 do maybe want to change something. That would be something they would target, since they've targeted specifically the Tristana and the Lucian in all of their bans.
You know, as I look up, so the biggest draft to look at is the Game 1 draft, because that's the one where we're going to be repeating the sides.
Yeah.
I don't hate that Team Liquid draft upon reflection, seeing it again.
No.
Because in that game, Asol went down 3 kills to 0 very early.
That doesn't happen
And then the game still managed to be even by 20 minutes. I think it's sneaky Zig's angle as well if they want to throw a curveball in Game 4.
I think you have him in a corner. We saw that. I mean, I don't like to read into body language that much, but T1 is not happy
Team
with how
Liquid
they
does
play.
not have T1 in a corner. There's 2 games left, but they are definitely putting
They
up
are
a big
moving
fight.
them towards the corner. Okay. New prediction? Yes, no? Okay, we're going to break, and we hope that TL can keep this going. What
I'm
are
not
you
predicting.
doing?
I'm not predicting again.
Why are you throwing things?
팀리키 선수 체급 당연히 떨어지죠. 당연히 떨어져요. 아니 당연한 거 아니에요. 데뷔한 지 1년 됐어. 1년 됐는데 얘 보고 페이커 이겨줘. 말이 됩니까? 아니죠. 근데 저희는 그렇게 생각합니다. 저희 팀의 정체성 한 선수가 아니에요. 팀리키드 혼다. 저희는 그게 정체성. 저희는 APA가 페이커를 상대한다? 그게 아니라 팀리키드 혼다가 페이커를 상대한다.
Our identity is Team Liquid Honda. We don't expect APA, a one-year rookie, to beat FLICKR. Instead, together we will manage that task, and that's exactly what TL have been doing, or have done, at least in one of the 3 games so far.
Team play and focusing on the win condition. They were laser focused on the top side of the map. They were willing to sacrifice everything on the bottom side of the map in this game to throw it all to try and get this victory versus T1, versus the world champions. And I have to say, a lot of credit to Umti in that game as well. When you're on a Rek'Sai, it is so hard to not die in late game team fights. And he was able to snowball the lead really well. Let's get into it though, because guess what? Talia will not be in this game.
We were talking about this in the break, saying if you're TL, do you just ban Orianna, Azir, and Talia? I think you do. I actually think that's what you got to go for. We saw in game number 1 that the pressure bot lanes aren't as powerful as they once were, because 100%, if you're T1, you be on Orianna. This is a no-brainer, and TL, they got to know this, so I'm sure they have something ready.
All right, so much up and available now. And Team Liquid this time around on the red side are gonna have to do the 2-side trade. They did a little shout out there with the Twisted Fate. There's no way you blind a Twisted Fate though into Zeus. So let's grab bottom lane first. The Kalista was quite impactful, but then what do you pair with it? Do you need to slam something very quickly here for APA? He can always rely on a Ziggs or something later. You could, if you want to, you know, drop mid lane. Or maybe you go with the Ziggs now. Okay, they're not going to go for it later. They don't think that T1 are going to forget about it. And so they shouldn't. Yeah.
And we've seen Orianna winning the Orianna into Aurelion Soul matchup a couple of times. Caps exemplifying how that matchup can go. So instead, the Ziggs an early pick here for TL. It's only the second time we've seen them on the red side this series. Games 2 and 3 were TL on the blue. And here, once again, T1 on blue side, get their center.
All right. Is it going to be followed with Karia's Tom Kench or Karia's Ornn? They go the Ornn side of it. Now, Renata is available for TL if they wanted to snatch a Renata and go with that power duo on the bottom side. I mean, we saw how much pressure BLG, of course, you know, it's Elkanon, but they were able to put onto that Senna with that exact matchup. And I don't think Renata will survive another round of bans.
Makes sense though, because compared to the Kench, which I think Inter specifically, the poke of Ziggs doesn't have nearly as much value. With Ornn, you can at least guaranteed start fights. T1 though, Guma, no notes. Has been having a great series, has been trying his very best, but particularly FLICKR and Keria, I think really struggling. This time around on the Orianna, we need to see a big bounce back from the GOAT himself. Tournament hasn't been necessarily going the best for him, and specifically into APA, onto one of his one-tricks, a lot of players have kind of thought that they could take it and really struggled.
And CoreJJ going to be on the rel. He opts for that instead to be the main point of engage. CoreJJ, the team captain, the big shot caller. And with TL also banning out the Twisted Fate, they cannot double ban junglers now. So Owner is going to get something that can deliver a shockwave. You know, things like Jarvan, the Vi, both of those junglers very good at combining with Orianna to deliver that guaranteed engage. And since they dropped one ban onto Zeus already with the Twisted Fate kind of protection there, it's going to leave something open.
I wonder if TL actually want the Jarvan for themselves. You already have Magnastorm, you have Cataclysm, you have the Super Mega Bomb as well, the Super Mega Inferno Bomb coming out from the Ziggs. You have a lot of zone control in team fights. For T1, as you say, the Vi being a possibility allows that Orianna to get off the backline. You've got the Call of the Forge God for a long-range initiation as well. So both comps actually rounding out into very powerful team fighting threats. The question is, who finds that initiation potential that can really push them over the edge?
And Cassante is getting picked. We just had a Twisted Fate and a Camille ban.
We know.
So you know Cassante is getting picked.
We know what's happening here. This one is a no-brainer. Vi also gains a ton of value. I mean, this is TL saying, like, we know what's going to happen. They keep leaving open that Vayne.
Yeah, Jan is cold, man. Jan is calling him out on the Vayne. Hey, are you going to do it again? I will say, though, I think probably the Jarvan is, like, it's a good combo. It's not that great into the Kalista, but I feel like it's really good at delivering the shockwaves.
I like the Jarvan as well. Instead, it looks like it's going to be jungle. Last pick here for TL. K'Sante picked in first. It's like, are you going to go for the Vayne again? It's been kind of okay, but is it enough to deal with this K'Sante as the game goes on? The Smolder call out from Guma as well against Jan. Both the AD carries having a bit of fun as we go through this series. TL's lives on the line. It is Vayne locked in. T1 as well can look for Owner's Poppy once again.
Yeah, Poppy is definitely much better against the Kalista than the Jarvan is. Isn't as good at delivering the shockwave, but don't necessarily need a delivery when you've got FLICKR at the helm.
Not only that, but with the Ornn, you also at least have a way to guarantee start fights. One of the few issues that Poppy can have is that if you are not able to get onto the enemy, and there is a lot of zone control with that Ziggs, it can be hard to reliably find the lockdown for Umti. Not necessarily known for his insanely deep champion. Has pulled out a couple of pocket picks. The Lilia is one that he always used to play. Old Skarner was a personal favorite of his. We'll see what he's going to go towards. A little bit of encouragement there coming through from I think APA.
Yeah,
I'm not sure on the angle there. And it is going to be the Lilia. Oh, yep. That's an Umti special right there. Does mean that you have 2v2 AP, or a double AP rather, in your mid jungle 2v2. This can be a bit tricky, but he loves this pick, loves playing aggressive on it early.
I think that's what that shoulder rub was. He was like, don't worry, you don't have to come mid. I'm gonna survive. Maybe that was some reassurance.
Run around the map, my dear.
Some reassurance, go ahead, go play some farming Lilia.
Especially with how Umti and APA have talked about each other in interviews and whatnot. Yeah. I imagine that that's exactly what was being said.
What a composition from TL at the end. Comfort for them, Ziggs in the mid lane for APA. Alongside that, the Lilia, something I think we've only seen from Yike on G2, was against T1 as well. They lost that game. Can TL fare a little better? They've already climbed the majority of the mountain, just now the pinnacle to crest. If they can take this 2-2, it all comes down to one final best of one.
Well, I know, and talking to a lot of the TL members, they have so much respect for G2 and the players and the champion picks that they have been pulling out, and do want to emulate their success. Let's see if TL can do it. Again, every single game is a must-win game here.
Been a lot of things this MSI that haven't gone according to what was expected coming in. PSG pushing BLG. G2 not only pushing T1, but then getting a 3-0 sweep over TES. And TL, they're going to try and replicate that here as well.
T1, things not going as expected as well. Assumption was they'd roll through the West, make it easily into those later stages. They've already been pushed by G2, now challenged by Team Liquid. FLICKR has been struggling as well in this mid lane, partly because he's been targeted in pick ban, but partly also because he has been underperforming compared to where he was in the LCK playoffs. Keria getting forced away a little bit in the bottom lane here by Jon. Should have time to recall and get back to the lane.
Because I want to reiterate again, so FLICKR has always been the most important part of this T1 roster. We saw that last year when Poby came in, when he wasn't there to be the shot caller, to be the kind of core of the team, keeping everyone on track, keeping everything together. But in the LCK, this split, if it wasn't for Chovy, FLICKR's laning stats, just in the 1v1, just with him playing against players like BDD, like Showmaker, like Zeka, he was still exceptional. Like, the drop-off isn't necessarily about the fact that T1 is struggling when FLICKR is struggling. That's been the case for a really long time, but his individual performance just hasn't really lived up to what this player has shown, obviously, throughout the last couple of years, but specifically this spring split in the LCK was looking like his best domestic split in years, and he needs to replicate that performance here, because him getting caught was the end of that last game, and his Orianna, he has almost never failed to deliver.
FLICKR's Orianna, legendary. And we saw in the lane swap here in the opening moments some visual confirmation on Impact, so Guma was able to chase him down and stacking up souls on Impact while Impact tries to gain experience once again. the same strategy of trying to soak up the experience, whereas T1 always bring Zeus straight on down.
Owner here on the Gromp.
I've seen this before.
Yeah, was able to steal away his wolves, which sounds a little bit weird when you think about it, but it's the weak side of his map, so he'll be one camp up, assuming he moves into T1's blue side next.
Yeah, and Umpty wants more. He's going to take away his own Krugs as well here on the Lilia, and it's especially even more important with this type of champion. Lilia, of course, one of those power-clearing AP champions from the jungle, as Impact says hello to Owner again.
We will charge into the wall. Hammer Smash coming down as well. Impact's going to have to pop the Ghost here. We'll be able to escape from the clutches of Owner, but he's just trying to be a nuisance. He's just trying to keep Owner busy.
Oh, Owner trying to call the bluff because Impact obviously is going to think that Owner is going to make his way back.
They're going to check. They're going to check.
How do you get out of this, Impact? Guma's on the chase. Last embrace. Impact dashes perfectly and escapes the clutches of the T1 bot laner. And while all of this has happened, Owner isn't farming, and Umpty is. He's already at 4 camps, will be 5 after he takes these wolves. His bot lane has secured a plate and got the wave crashing in as well. Now, Keria and Zeus will be able to get a little bit more. APA looking for the damage onto Owner. No one tanking yet. Flashes away from the heroic charge. It's FLICKR tanking. Last Embrace comes down. And the tower aggro juggling from T1 is sublime. They find a kill in the mid lane.
Reminiscent of that game number 1 where APA on his ASO got dove very early on. Poppy is in the game again. And it's a gambit from T1. If that play doesn't work out, Owner is going to be even further behind. Still in the 1v1, feeling rough. But FLICKR gets a crucial early kill.
Yeah, and Owner's got his 3 camps on his red side. Got a little turned around in the opening of this one, but APA again going down for the first blood. Again, all the focus towards mid lane and towards getting FLICKR to a very stable start of a game. Once again, we saw how well that turned out for T1 in game number 1.
One of the big things that we've talked about a lot is the Cassante, the safety it provides you as core JJ. He's going to run into Owner here, but probably decide that he doesn't want to really deal with that. But the power of the Vayne, as we see there in the plates, is so big because she can just auto away and away and away, offers way more pressure on the actual turret in the plates than a Cassante does early on in the game.
All right, on the swap back here from Team Liquid, Jan facing down Keria, as Umpty goes into another clear because of the early Wolf start and the early Wolf respawn.
I mean, the important part for Umpty is getting to that level 6, right? As soon as you have the Lilting Lullaby, you flash your Q, and you can get a 4-man, 5-man sleep. If he can manage that in a fight around a Drake, all of this early game has been perfect for TL. The issue is, of course, APA is struggling a little bit in the mid lane. There'd be more plates for T1 in the bot lane than TL were able to manage to grab in the top side.
All right, all the extra gold over here in mid lane. See how much that turns into, how much it turns into in the hands of Zeus. Again, these T1 solo laners have been very, very powerful, and yet we've got a Lilia over here with a pretty nice experience advantage, and now he goes for his first recall to reset. And Umpty will head down towards the bottom half of the map with Dragon already available. They definitely could.
How are we feeling in terms of stress levels, Kobe? No stress?
Since I saw you this morning, it was already at maximum stress.
It's been the whole day.
Your face.
My face?
Your face, fully stressed out, Kobe.
How can you beat something that's so beautiful? That's the problem,
Exactly.
right?
Okay, calm down, guys. We're trying to focus on the game.
I can't even look at you. It's like staring at the sun.
Please stop. Trying to set up for a tie for his Owner. Not going to find anything. APA nicely hovering towards the bottom half of the map. Umpty, thanks to that power clearing, about 75% towards the level 6. Going to be a really big spike for Lilia. The second spike you're always looking towards with these AP junglers is the moment they finish their first item, because that is when... Oh, the
flash engage! Gumi usually cleanses early. Nice taking. Guma's down! It's a 2v2 for Jan and Core JJ!
Core JJ and Yon, they do it in a critical game here. Dragon is being taken already by Umpty. Of course, Owner is going to trade on top side of the map, but Core JJ is not even done. Looking around here, they can call Umpty.
Oh, he doesn't have W.
Umpty stopped.
So he went for the Scuttle Crab to hit level 6 instead of going for the Dragon, I believe, Kobe. Now they're looking for the flank here, trying to catch Guma as he gets back into the lane, but Guma wisely has pathed and opened up through mid. He's at his Razor Beaks right now.
Critical timing window here then. Not made by TL, not burning down the Dragon. And the controller in the back there too gives the info to T1. Guma is able to go on mid. help him clear out some of those wards as well.
Really good read there from T1, because Guma didn't have summoners. He was basically 100% dead if he does walk into that lane. And Guma has been the one stalwart member that has been so insanely consistent for T1 in the tournament, where they really are struggling. As we're seeing the pings go down.
Will they go for it? They're trying to catch out Ona. Umti going in, lilting Lullaby on 2. Remember, Guma has no summoners. Faker's here for the collapse. The shockwave's only going to land to CHENGDU. Umti trying to put the damage down. CHENGDU's running for the hills. No flash for him, no ignite either. Umti almost gets shocked into the wall as Carrier joins the battle. APA from across the side. Umti continues to dash and dive. The bait's call, they're chasing Guma. And Yon dashes over the wall. And Guma's buried in his own jungle by TL.
The level 6 on Lilia, the advantage that Umti. Well, he's gonna take a lot of spears. That is a tanky boy.
It's fine for the moment, but what a play by TL once again. It was smart by T1 to keep Guma away, but then TL found their man.
But it's T1 also. This is one of the biggest pieces of criticism this team has faced over the last 2 years. Being over-aggressive as here, Core, the Q buffer into the flash. Guma late on the cleanse, doesn't actually, and then flashes when he's effectively already dead.
He does not instantly flash after his cleanse. Everything was mistimed right there, but Core JJ hits.
Umti's no mana.
Yeah, Umti has smite though. So I think even with
worried
the call
about
of the
the
Forge
fight.
God, Umti coming in, there's the call of the Forge God, it's gonna land onto him. Last embrace as well will root him up, and Umti goes down. Guma finds him, Core JJ looking for more as Yon joins the battle from the bottom side, but he's knocked up. Carrier looking for a little bit more of this piece of the pie as Ona dashes in. Hammer shock, hammer smash, Core JJ dodges the last embrace but can't dodge the clap back from Carrier.
The previous engage, over-aggressive from T1. This time it's Umti that oversteps on the Lilia. Goes for the objective.
Yon! No way does Yon do this to cleanse away! He tries to get out from Ona, but the steadfast presence will stop him in his tracks. It was so close! The brink of a knife beyond there.
Poppy is too strong. The W goes up and Yon goes down. Both summoner spells and T1. Wait, impact?
Zeus isn't tanking. He can just ghost and run away, even with the all out. I'm not sure that Impact can chase him down. The condemn out. Zeus has to burn the ghost and his ultimate to escape.
But T1, they just could layer and layer and layer onto this gold lead that they have, and Zeus wants even more.
Gonna get the ghost. Oh, but that is so crucial for T1, because I think that TL, thinking that they were in a position where they can keep pushing. You don't want to give T1 to get the time to get back into the game, but they overstep. And now all of a sudden, T1 is sitting on a 2K gold lead. Guma is 100% back in the game, and TL, it all starts with this dragon.
Yeah, so much money here for T1. They take out the Lilia, and then they chase down Core JJ in the long chase. We already know this one. There's not too much fancy stuff that goes on, but let's take a look at the re-engage from Yon.
Because Yon wants to try and get something here, sees that the health bars are low, but again, you are playing into the Poppy. You can't go that far up. Impact.
Yeah, no ghost for him. Even Q3 won't save him from this, and APA TPing in as he tries to join the fight. Zeus has only the flash to escape this. Umti joins the battle, but the Keeper's Verdict knocks him back into his place. Yeeted out as APA flashes onto the satchel. Can Zeus get in time? Umti looking at the Lilting Lullaby, but now he's going into his demise. Last Embrace will lock him up for a second, and the Dawning Shadow spells his doom.
T1 have had enough of North America. They are smashing this early game. Look at that gold lead. The whole tower has been destroyed on the bottom side of the map while they simultaneously make the picks on the top side.
This is they're going in. This is the T1 that was expected. They're not done.
Core JJ has no way out of this apart from the face call, but will it be enough? Faker, no shockwave, face call across the wall. Core JJ hits onto the red buff, but that's another ultimate used just to escape.
Yeah, he gets out, but that is a lot of resource being used, and T1 still getting access to 6 grubs. And this is what a lot of people, including me, were expecting coming into the day. Even with T1 struggling, their early aggression has been one of the big ways that they took down teams like CHENGDU, took them to 5 games, beat out the home alive.
Lilting Lullaby onto Ona as well. Umti, watch out, Eep as he dashes forward. Yon here to join the party, caught up in the last invest. Ona doesn't have the flash. In fact, it only has the Hex to try and escape. Umti looking for the Scuttle Crab. Guma keeping him at bay.
It's going to be very dangerous now for Team Liquid, even to farm their waves on the bottom half of the map.
Flash from Ona, can't quite land the hammer shock into the wall. But it's such aggression from T1 now. Yon in the mid lane, Shockwave pulls him back. He dances back underneath his tower, but Command attack enough from FLICKR. Zeus finds another in the top lane, healed up as well with a piercing darkness. And you just can't kill him. Zeus in the end falls to CoreJJ, but Guma's here and Ona's on the chase. CoreJJ locked up with a hammer smash and nowhere for him to go. He'll be dashed against the rocks by T1, 11-3 the score.
Oh, Zeus is having fun on his vein now. 1.5K, his individual gold lead up there after those kills. Guma as well with all of this fighting. He is mad stacking these souls way quicker.
He's at 50, has been involved with 9 of the 11 kills. Has just been stacking up to his heart's extent. I feel like a lot of the tension that had been building the last couple of games, game 2 and 3 in particular, so close, so back and forth, but we're watching it kind of deflate in front of our eyes as T1. This lead is starting to, I'm starting to feel smart. It's 6K at 13 minutes, and look at the T1 comp. There's Vayne, there's Orianna, there's Ornn!
Yon has no flash and no hope of escaping. Zeus finds another in the mid lane, set up for him. A slam dunk by Carrier. Guma now with the opportunity finished. APA trying to push out the top lane. You can see CoreJJ waiting in the wings. Perhaps FLICKR oversteps. Perhaps we can find something. But meanwhile, your mid lane tier 2 is raised to the ground by Zeus. Carrier's looking for more.
Carrier's Ornn has been so clean. Zeus finishes up that tower in mid lane. He actually is just going to push the next wave. So Carrier himself is able to keep Team Liquid away from that Scuttle Crab. And he just calls Owner over to finish that one off as well.
We do see not a lot of control left here for Team Liquid. Gonna try and set up these brushes, try and set up some traps, but T1 not going to get caught off guard, at least for now. FLICKR though is walking up, checking everything with the ball. Haven't checked those brushes yet. Owner is on his way. I think they might have an inkling, but he does walk up.
FLICKR steps forward. CoreJJ there with the crash down. Knocked back with the satchel. Shockwave though as FLICKR survives for much longer than he has any damn right to. FLICKR's on a rampage. The Dawning Shadow helping out as CoreJJ has to retreat. Still not level 6. And FLICKR finds another. A double for him. 5-0-1 on the Orianna.
You're not ganking FLICKR. He's ganking you. And now Yon's on the run as well through his own jungle. There goes Umpty.
Umpty's getting chased down by the support. Yes, he's been farming his Guma. Face checks into Yon, who flashes forward. The render shut down. And Yon can be happy with a single kill because Owner will not let him have another.
Well, Yon's gonna say, Worf, I got the shutdown, guys. Unfortunately, the rest of the map struggling, although FLICKR may be punished here.
FLICKR, you got no mana. And APA doesn't have enough vision to collapse any further. Owner's, he's Hex flashing. He wants the tower, and he'll get it, but APA is now there. The Hexplosive Minefield there to help out. TP immediately by TL, but Owner, steadfast presence in the phase rush enough for him to just waltz his way out.
T1's, they're playing it fast and loose with this one. Carrier TPing in, gonna ult for the wave clear. Gets cancelled.
Knocked back with the Tofus. Like, he can still wave clear this. Owner's hit across the side. Another TP as FLICKR comes back. And Team Liquid realize perhaps they've overstepped a tad. The Shockwave will pull CoreJJ out, and he flashes into Gumayushi.
And that tower was already assassinated, so T1 with full control of the top side of the map as TL, Umpty, tries to bring some focus here. He's on an objective, but it's a bounty. Zeus is here, and he's not going to let you have that.
You can just chase in. They don't have the hard CC for him as he dashes and dances and weaves his way around. Umpty already so low. A final shot with the silver bolts pierces through the heart of not only Umpty, but also NA. CoreJJ lands the Shadowing Strike to try and dash across the wall. He's still level 5, as you say. What are you doing here, Core?
We're 16 minutes in!
Gets another. Yon almost falls to Gumayushi. He's gonna ward it. Oh, it doesn't quite hit. The piercing dark across the wall. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we're still fighting as Impact will take out Carrier. APA low on mana, but has enough for a single bomb. And now he's knocked into the wall. FLICKR waiting for the command attack, holding it up.
Oh,
Steps into the bush. Satchel charge away by APA, but there's no escape for him today.
They're having fun out there now. It is an absolute massacre, and it is 16:40, 3, 4, 5, 6, 16:47! Come on, Kobe.
I didn't know what you were going for there, but it's
Get
true.
it together. That's not the focus. This series up until this point felt like it was
This
winnable.
game kinda is.
This game, okay,
Yeah.
this game.
This is the one game I'll give you that feels like it's over. The other ones...
Really? Would you...
Like, the other
I'd
ones
say
TL
so.
played so well, though. It was such a close call in a couple of those games, and...
All right, okay. Hear me out. I've seen teams lose from a 10K advantage, okay?
Atlas is hoping he keeps his hair after this one. Face call out, Shockwave Yon. Sacrifice to save Core JJ, who's only just tinged over to level 6 while Guma's 9. Zeus opening up as Umti flashes, lilting Lullaby. Finds a two-man sleep, Dawning Shadow gives him a bit of a shield. Zeus hits with a Mega Inferno bomb. He dances away from Impact. Owner trying to do the same, has to burn his flash. Impact still chasing in, but Zeus, the final Silver Bolt, not enough to proc Impact to his grave. 6 speed under Umti, can't quite land the swirl seed, and in the end, Zeus falls in a 1-for-1. Guma's collapsing though alongside FLICKR. APA on the wrong side of the rift. We'll have to try and dodge away. Owner looks for it. Hex splash forward. APA has a one-man army in front of him, a one-man wrecking ball in the form of this Poppy.
But he's just running.
Just keep going.
I feel like
hit him, APA. Hit him. Hit him.
Oh, the kill.
Oh. He probably has steadfast presence back up so he can just run
he's
away.
also Poppy.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, Yon and Core JJ are trying to kill Carrier, and they'll do it!
I feel like this game is cathartic. All of the stress of this entire series is getting released in this final game. Everyone is just scrambling for kills.
Oh, and when you're in this sort of a hole against T1, you have to try and find some way out. TL very good. When they find a mistake from their enemy, they can suffocate them out of the game. The problem is now they need 11,000 gold worth of mistakes.
I also
from
don't
T1.
think T1 is playing for suffocation. I think this is T1 taking out their anger, as Kobe put it as well. Here, crucially, the ultimate from the Senna gives so much extra time, and particularly when you're a champion like Vayne that can just keep tumbling and tumbling, using the Ghost to extend the fight. If you get enough Silver Bolt procs, and you can win basically everything, as we see here. Umti, unfortunately, I was excited to see his Lilia, but it hasn't really delivered.
That was such a good tumble into the back of the wall on the Dragon Pit for the very quick auto
short
there.
tumble. All out coming out from Impact. I think Shockwave available for FLICKR right now as Team Liquid lose their top laner. The chase continues. FLICKR wasn't even in the play. I'm as scrambled as the teams are, I'm sure at this point.
You want me to take over some play?
Go, Kobe, you can do it. I
Carrier's
believe
coming in! Support Ornn! You never seen this before!
And that's it. Oh, APA! Wait, he has a 6-package, he can get it!
Bombs!
Ignore the base!
Yeah,
Just
T1
keep him
pushing
going.
into mid here. FLICKR's going to TP to the bot
let him
lane
have
to stop.
something.
Ripped out, charged in. That will be the inhib tower falling. T1 looking for more. They have 6 grubs, so a bunch of mites helping out with this attack. They might just go for that top lane inhib tower. APA getting chased out by FLICKR. No TP on either of them. The inhib in the top lane. The next target for T1. Umti looking for a lilting lullaby, but can't get close enough to hit enough people. The engage from Core JJ enough to shut down Zeus. There's one. The charge away though by Owner. Riptail didn't survive for long enough for him to get in. Owner falls asleep in the middle of the fight. Not an advisable thing to do, I'll tell you, but he's able to escape for the moment because the last embrace will lock up Impact. Bates call out, Core JJ in. Gumayushi has to flash away as APA joins the fray. Yon and APA will take another.
Shut down!
T1 enough for Team Liquid to get back on the board. The shutdowns rain down, but it's still a 10,000 gold lead.
No, it's only a 10,000 gold lead. Pushed down for, what was it, 12?
It is 34 kills at 21 minutes. I think we keep this pace up and see how long we can go. Here's another look at the fun times as Core JJ goes in onto Zeus. They finally lock up and kill that Vayne.
Crucially here is that the fight is very segmented because T1, they don't really want to commit to this. They got the 2 inhibs, so it's really a 1-by-1-by-1. And the gold lead doesn't matter as much because FLICKR isn't there. And if Impact can just tank the damage, take down every single member individually. Now it's Guma, Core JJ, and Impact weave in and out. And Yon in particular doesn't really get threatened in this fight, which means they have the necessary damage output to take him down.
All right, remember that clip, boys. When we have the most miraculous comeback.
If you come back from this position, TL are the best team in the world, my man. Core JJ locked against the wall, Owner knocked back. Ona has that steadfast presence. Baron up for T1 if they want to start it, and they're going to do exactly that, it seems. Vision in the pit for TL, now denied by T1. Team Liquid, any last vestige of hope you feel dies if this Baron goes over to the world champs. Carrier on the backside of the pit, clearing out the control ward. Can Umpty steal? He has the flash. Can he get in?
I mean, that would be critical.
Keeper's verdict. TL judged guilty by T1. Ona yeets them out. The Mega Inferno Bomb not enough to take it as Ona secures it with the smite.
All three, Owner? Oh my god, that Poppy ultimate just to ensure that they will secure the Baron, and now they're gonna come for a few more. Teleport to the bottom side for Carrier. He's actually focused on objective
the flank angle. There's a couple of members here behind enemy lines. Core trying to look.
And this is what you got to do in this sort of position.
The third inhib is about to fall.
The third inhib's about to fall. Very unlikely you come back from this sort of deficit, but Team Liquid are going to give it a hell of a try. Core JJ still on the flank. T1 don't know that he is waiting in the wings. He's waiting there for them. But the shockwave engage immediately chunks out Appa and Umpty, APA low, the Magnus Storm, is it enough? Can Umpty get the Loathing Lullaby down? They'll find one, Guma falls, so does Ona, but the Nexus Towers have followed suit. Impact dashing in, and Zeus dashing out with a flash on a Ghost and a final hour. T1 only have 3 members left alive, but Zeus is one of those, and he's able to dance and weave his way just on the edge of Umpty's awareness. Core JJ forced back to the fountain, and T1 will extinguish the hopes of NA and have a date with destiny against G2.
We just had 2 hard-fought, extremely close games in this series back-to-back, and then followed up with an absolute fiesta. What a slaughter all over the map. T1 pushing the pace of that game. And I think Zeus especially had a lot of fun in that one, but everybody involved, kills all over the place, and T1 will finish the series in style.
T1, they get the free one, but I think you can see it in the faces. I think you could see it on Koma's face as well. This was a team that coming into the tournament, there was always going to be a lot of expectations. They are the defending world champions, and that game 2 and 3 in particular is something that is still going to cause a lot of doubts. And for TL, it might not have been enough, but even the first game, I think, was relatively close. Not going to give them the victory, but they had a great run.
Some very good showings from Team Liquid. I think they'd be very proud of their MSI performance thus far. But that will not be enough to defeat world champions this time around.
The road ends here for TL. All roads lead to FLICKR, and in the end, he's the one that guards them. You guys are trying to turn on the wrong mic. Remember, I'm on the other
talking
one.
right now, but I don't know if it's going out live or not.
It should be. My mic is the same one I've used the whole series, guys. Can you not hear me?
No.
Okay, well, you guys talk and I'm going to shut up then.
Kobe and I are still here. In the end,
maybe they could hear him and we just couldn't.
I mean, that's fine, but now I'll be quiet. You guys
It's completely fine. Then we're the problem. Wouldn't be the first time, Kobe, in my case at least. And we're going to head over to the Endless Desk to close out the day after this 3-1 victory by T1.
Team Liquid falling out of MSI versus the world champion. They took a bow there and got quite a big applause as well from the home crowd for the fight they
disappointed.
put up.
I mean, yeah, I think this is a really weird series where both teams come out really disappointed, right? Because TL obviously came into this series like Team Liquid is not the type of team who is going to be like, we took a series off EU, we're content, right? Like they came in, they fully expected to take this series, talking to the players. They were very confident. I think they look at the way the games went and they know that they had a chance in a lot of those games, save a few mistakes. And I think on the flip side, T1 is also very disappointed with their performance.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think you can look at it both ways. You can look at it as like, this was really hard, again, just like it was versus G2, and in the game where it matters, we can count on each other and bring it home. But if you look across at everything and you think about things, you know, as a coach, as team cohesion and like reactions after that, I think that's why we're left with a kind of a weird taste, even though it's a victory.
I mean, the really interesting thing for me with T1 as this tournament progresses is I don't think we're going to 100% know which T1 shows up, just because there were so many moments before their World Championship run last year where they looked like they'd be dead in the water, and then they just pulled it out in best of 5. So nobody should take them lightly ever. They are the defending world champions, and then they have the ability to show up in a big moment. But I think the weaknesses that they currently have were displayed in this series as well as in the G2 series. I personally don't like their drafts. I don't think their macro is that good. They play very individual League of Legends. They are very good at that still. But if they find a way to be more cohesive, I think then they will compete with anyone.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is why I picked T1 to win was because of a lot of that, right? Like, they're really good at punishing opponents' mistakes. We saw that in their series against FlyQuest, right? Where, like, top lane makes one mistake and then they end the game in 17 minutes. But I think the big thing for me is, again, watching them in the lower part of the bracket in LCK playoffs. They came back after that Helm of Life, 3-0'd Tamwon, which you can say however you judge that team, right? And then they ended up taking the Genji to 5 games and looking like they were going to win that series. I don't see the same rebound from their loss in this TL like their performance against TL.
Yeah, and if you look kind of across everything in terms of like drafting as a whole and how other teams have approached drafting also since their G2 series, particularly, and how things are evolving, those are also solutions you now have to find in a day, right?
Yeah.
In a day and a half. And I think that's also what you're getting at in terms of it's the ecosystem of this particular tournament, this particular meta evolution, and this particular mindset that you have right now if you want to be a contender, and the changes that you have to make. But you would be stupid to count them out because you would just be stupid, and everyone knows why.
Yeah, they're going to be playing G2 in 2 days. So I don't think G2 is going to be counting them out.
How confident are you?
G2 did actually lose to them in the last best of 5. So
I'm pretty, I'm not confident that they're going to win 100%. But if I now, as an EU fan, after seeing the TES series and seeing the T1 series and seeing the T1 series today, don't say they have a chance, I am trolling. And, and they have that mindset as well, and we know that because Caps came out and said it, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's what I think.
Can I talk about TL?
Of course.
We're not going to see him again at MSI.
Sure.
We will also, I think, get APA as the interview first because of the priority.
Let me know when those are ready. You can cut me off. I'll finish later.
Go ahead.
I think when I look at the way Team Liquid approached this MSI, I think they had a lot of good things in terms of their approach. They did win a best of 5 against Europe, 3-1. Their confidence did feel high to me the whole time, which is the hardest thing traditionally for North American teams to do going into international events because scrims end up being so devastatingly hard a lot of the time. And I think they were incredibly well prepared for their opponents with multiple different strategies depending on what worked and what didn't. They ultimately couldn't get it done at the end of the day, but I do think if they run this back enough times, this is not like the best result they could hope for. I think the variance of this tournament wasn't super favorable to them, and I'm happy, like, as happy as you can be after losing with their performance.
Yeah, you asked me the question about where are you? Where do you see this when we look at kind of the trajectory that EU and G2 want to be on? And I want to kick back that same question to you because now you're at a point, I guess, with the LCS where the matchup versus EU is very winnable. You are in a winning position in these because you've won the best of 5s twice in a row.
Yeah.
Which is great. So is that enough success for now?
I think since 2021, actually, NA has more game wins versus EU than EU does against NA.
And so how important is that in kind of the road upwards?
I mean, it's definitely pretty important.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna throw that away. But when you then compare the ability to win best of 5s against Korean and Chinese teams, it's always, to me, always going to be an uphill battle, no matter what. But this team, to me, has shown more ability to improve than any NA team I've seen in a while because they didn't start as a super team or an import team. They've actually climbed from 8th to LCS champion and then 3-1ing Fnatic and very close 1-3 loss against T1.
Yes, and I think Lore has been able to locate APA, so we'd love to hear that interview, the Verizon postgame interview. So let's kick it over to the first of our interviews.
APA, thank you so much for joining me after this series. Obviously not ending the way you guys expected to, but man, that was one hell of a fight, honestly, taking T1 to game 4, and with the manner, I feel. What are the takeaways from this series for you?
I mean, the major takeaways is I actually think we did put up a very good showing against T1. I think game 2 should have been ours, to be completely honest with you. I think we had we said this, if each of us played 2% better, we probably would have won game 2, and then maybe we're in a different world in game 5. But I think takeaways is just being more decisive and then trying to stay more calm. And a lot of the game points in games 2, 3, and 1, we're getting so hyped because we're making a good play, we're making a pick on Fake or on Zeus or whoever, and then we're just getting so hyped and calms, and then it all just comes crashing down a minute later.
And I do feel like you're going to learn a lot, especially from series like this, that is going to help you further. When I think about the run from Team Liquid here, I feel like we saw a lot, not only from the team, but especially from you. I remember Spawn telling me that he's amazed by the way you guys are progressing, and especially you in the mid lane, empowering you so much. You got to humble down Fnatic as well. What is going to be your best memory of MSI?
Well, I think obviously just beating Fnatic, winning a series,
yeah,
definitely just feels so insane on the international stage.
And learnings maybe that you're going to carry in the LCS later, personally, but also for the team itself.
Well, I think overall, over the entire course of the MSI bootcamp and then MSI itself, I learned a tremendous amount about how to play side lanes. My laning got to me substantially better. So I personally learned a lot, and while it does suck to lose today, I'm looking forward to Summer Split.
I mean, yeah, and obviously looking forward to Summer Split, and of course, seeing you back at Worlds. Fingers crossed everything goes well for you guys. Is there anything you would like to share to the audience and fans who've been cheering for you? Massively cheering for you, actually.
I think Cap said this in a different article or a different interview the other day about restoring hope to the West. And while I try to do that today, I think it shows that these Eastern teams are beatable. We scratched T1 today. Sadly, weren't able to take the win, but all of Team Liquid, myself included, are going to work extremely hard going into Summer Split, going in, and then hopefully being able to make Worlds and make it a bigger splash at Worlds.
We're really proud of you. Thank you so much for the run and also for this interview, APA. Best of luck in the Summer Split.
Thank you.
I think a lot echoed from Jad by APA in that interview, right? In his vision on what it means, and that the work is not done.
Well, it also reiterates something I said right off the bat, right? Where it's they are not happy with this performance. They came in thinking that they would be able to perform better. And I think that's absolutely, if we're talking about a lot of the stuff you said about G2 specifically, and a lot of the reasons why I respect G2 for being so internally motivated as a team, is that if you are in NA or EU, you have to be internally motivated, because you are not, you're going to get to a point where you cannot find the practice you need to improve from your opponents in domestically. And then you need to take away stuff from tournaments like this, while also keeping in mind when you go back to domestic play that you have to remain internally motivated. And that's a very hard thing to do. And I hope TL succeeds, because I do think they have a good coaching staff and a team that really, really wants to win.
It's actually really interesting. I've been thinking about MSI as a tournament for North American teams for a while, because so often you're coming off this huge high of winning the LCS split, and then you get your teeth kicked in for 3 weeks, and you go back and it's good luck in summer. We learned so much losing. In fact, since I think 2019 was the last time a spring split champion went to MSI and then won summer.
Yeah.
EG went 15-3 in summer, but then fell apart in playoffs, potentially through year-long fatigue. So, MSI is a really, really, really hard tournament, because it mentally takes a massive toll on you. And that's why I'm actually encouraged by what APA said in that interview. He's not saying oh, we learned so much, we're going to smash everyone. And also, in terms of the need for internal motivation, I think that's more true for G2 than for TL, because TL struggled to win the spring split title. I think they're going to have a lot of challenges when they go back home in summer.
Okay, this is I would love to keep talking about this. This is really interesting, and maybe we'll get an opportunity. But Lore is standing by with Gumayushi as well in the Verizon postgame interview. Yes.
T1 will advance to face off against G2 Esports in an epic rematch. But before that, Gumayushi, thank you for joining me. Congrats on advancing to the next round. I do want to talk about this series, though, because it felt like it was harder than it should have been. How do you reflect on what happened?
오늘 경기 생각한 것보다 조금 더 어려웠던 것 같은데요. 오늘 경기 총평 한번 부탁드립니다.
저는 그 모든 팀들이 다 우승이 가능한 전력이라 생각해서 오늘 절대 쉽게 이길 거라고 생각하지 않았고 그래도 잘 준비해서 3대1로 승리해가지고 좋습니다.
I personally thought every team has the potential to win it all, so I was not expecting an easy win today, and I think our preparation was good enough to pick up a 3-1 victory.
Is there anything that you would like to improve upon coming into the next games? Because I feel like the expectation was maybe higher coming from the world champions. I do understand that you don't want to underestimate any of the teams, but any adjustments that you guys would like to make?
그렇다면 이제 아무래도 다음 경기도 굉장히 중요하고 또 월드 챔피언으로서 이 경기를 참여하고 계시고 또 많은 상대팀에 대한 엄청난 리스펙을 보유하고 계신 것도 알겠지만 혹시 좀 T1이 이 부분을 정말 보완하면 좋겠다 싶은 내용도 있을까요?
저희가 보완해야 되는
개선해야겠다.
일단은 아직까지 그 전체적인 컨디션, 경기력이 최고치는 아닌 것 같아서 더 끌어올릴 수 있을 것 같고 그리고 또 뭐 계속 언급되는 뭐 수압이나 뭐 뱀픽이나 그냥 더 좋게 계속 성장할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I want to say first off, our form, I cannot really say our form is at our peak level right now. I still see a lot of room to improve, so I believe we can perform better. Also, I've been mentioning this a lot, our lane swap strategy or how we play this out, and also our drafting in general.
What do you think of the evolution of lane swap? Because it's not as present as it used to be. What do you attribute this to?
지금 라인 수업 메타에 대해서 어떻게 생각하지도 궁금한데요. 사실은 초창기에 비해서 그렇게 많이 나오고 있진 않습니다. 지금 라인 수업 메타도 조금씩 변화되고 있는데 구마유시 선수 생각은 어떤가요?
일단은 오늘 TL이 좀 라인 수업을 되게 적극적으로 쓰는 팀이어가지고 실제로 경기에서 좀 적극적으로 쓰기도 했고 그래서 뭔가 하다 보니까 느껴진 점이 조금 저희 팀한테 아무래도 좀 불리한 그런 메타인 것 같다고는 생각이 들었던 것 같아요. 왜냐하면 저희 바텀과 탑의 라인전이 되게 센데 계속 좀 피해가면서 조금 초반 단계를 쉽게 보내니까 그런 점들이 조금 아쉬웠던 것 같습니다.
We knew TL, they are very proactively using the lane swap meta, and they in fact also did today in the series. So I kind of figured this is not a good meta or the perfect fit for T1 because our top laner, our bottom lane are so strong in laning phase. So I think opponents can kind of get away with it without playing the laning phase. So it's a minus for T1 per se, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, let's see how it evolves in the next games. The next one actually, G2 Esports rematch. Last time they took you guys to 5 games. What did you think of the series they played yesterday against Top Esports? And what do you identify as the main improvements on the side of G2 so far?
이제 정말 중요한 리매치 G2전을 앞두고 계신데요. 사실은 저번 TS전을 보셨는지 그리고 보면서 G2가 어떻게 좀 성장한 것 어느 부분이 좀 강해졌다 생각하시는지 그리고 G2전 어떻게 보고 계신가요?
G2가 잠시만요. 처음 질문 맞죠?
G2가 어느 부분을 잘 수정해서 테스트전 한 것 같은지.
G2 경기는 일단 챙겨봤고요. 당연히 되게 무섭다고 생각이 들었고 G2가 경기력이 좋아져서 TS를 이겼다기보다는 저는 G2랑 맞붙었을 때 G2가 충분히 너무 강한 팀이라고 생각했기 때문에 맞붙기 전에 좀 G2의 승리를 어느 정도 예측도 했어가지고 이번에 근데 저희가 이겼던 팀이니까 이번에 매치 저희가 그냥 잘 준비해서 하면 이길 수 있을 거라 생각합니다.
I don't want to say G2 won or got the win over TS because they got better. I just thought after playing G2 series, I was like, they're actually very strong. They were already really strong. So even before the G2 series, I was expecting them actually coming out on top. So I was not too surprised them, performing that well. So it's going to be very important and also exciting rematch for us.
A couple words on the bot lane, specifically Hansama, Mikies. What makes them special in what they've been doing so far at MSI?
그러면 한스, 사마, 미키엑스 바텀 듀오 어느 점이 강점이고 그들만의 특별한 점이라고 생각하시는지 궁금하네요.
일단 그들이 쓰는 좀 특별한 픽들, 뭐 드레이븐이라든지 뽀삐 서폿이라든지 아니면 뭐 코그모까지도 볼 수 있다고 생각하는데 저희 팀 바텀 상대로는 그런 픽들 어느 정도 억제가 가능해가지고 잘하면 될 것 같습니다.
I want to say their unique bottom lane picks like Draven, also Bobby support, and also Kog'Maw could be on the list. But going up against us, we'll kind of deny some of those crazy picks. So it's gonna be a very exciting match.
Exciting match for sure. NTV 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
And Jason, thank you so much for the translation.
감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Yeah, and Hansama is gonna buy LDR now, Gumayushi. So
Lord Dominic.
just so you know, Gumayushi is also our upper player of the series, and he talked a bit about lane swaps also, Emily.
Yeah, I think he brought up a really good point about T1, right? And that they really like to destroy their opponents in lane. And so it is, I appreciated that he admitted that it was a disadvantage for his team, right? Like, he's like, our bot lane is really strong, our top lane is really strong and likes to play these like insane power picks. Someone that also looked good in a lot of these fights was Zeus on that Camille flank in the game 1, on the Vayne, which TL did not ban in game 5. But Guma, I want to reward him for being the most consistently good player across all 4 games. And that's something that T1 desperately needs, I think, especially to his point where they are dealing with how they still want to react to teams that will lane swap on them.
Yeah, and they're making more mistakes than we're used to. That's why the consistency is huge here. Funny thing, just looking at all these replays, you know another thing that makes lane swaps harder? Taking like 1 teleport into every game. And I guess the Ornn gave him the second TP, which helped a little bit. But when Zeus, his Vayne was good later, but they had to navigate a lot of difficult situations in the swap game when he wasn't able to teleport like Impact would. Every single one of these clips we're seeing, though, Guma's near full health. He's playing very safe while still maximizing his damage, and that's what he does best.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say wasn't just in this series, it's been the entire bracket stage, right?
Good.
It's really, really, really good. Let's take a look at the bracket and how it stands now. Tomorrow we're going over to a non-elimination series, but an advancement one after we did see TL knocked out just today. This is the upper bracket. We will get the rematch of G2 versus T1, and tomorrow we will get BLG versus Gen
I'm
G.
so excited.
Let's go.
I've been looking forward to this series. For those that don't know, Gen G is the team I did pick to win the entire tournament. We'll see how I feel about that after tomorrow's series. But I'm so excited to see these two teams go up against each other because of their play styles, because of the way they each see the game. I think it's going to be a banger.
You don't have to be afraid. It's not elimination for Gen G.
I know,
so
right? I just get to have a fun time. I love both teams. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
4 teams left, 4 best-of-5s.
How do we get here? A lot happened, Jat.
We've played a lot of League of Legends.
We didn't play any.
We've played a lot of League of Legends. We've watched a ton.
Yeah.
We've talked numerously.
Yeah.
Numerously?
I'm running out of unique words. I had to use one that
Is this a
didn't make
contest?
sense.
So, 1 LPL seed left, 1 EMEA seed left, and 2 LCK teams. When the LCK traditionally has not been able to win this tournament. But this time the odds are stacked in their favor if they can make it happen. But that's what I love about MSI. We don't know what's going to happen. Well, we do know that we will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central European Summertime, 5 a.m. EDT Gen G versus BLG. And one more thing, Tanya and Javi, congratulations on your wedding. I'm very sorry I can't be there because I'm always covering League of Legends. Mucha suerte, felicitaciones a vosotros, and I'll see you when I get back. But good night, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow.
I don't know them, but that sounded very sweet.
I know. Congratulations!
Welcome back, everyone, to the Mid-Season Invitational 2024. Let's go again. T1 versus TL. The loser goes home.
Yo guys, today we play some confident League of Legends, guys, okay? Like this T1 is the worst T1 I've ever seen in my life. Okay?
Tofu's all-out pulls Zeus under the tower. He has to flash. CoreJJ is there, knocked back with the keeper's verdict, but up to you across the wall.
I got Poppy. I got the flash. Tanya is inside.
Keep better. Nice. From Kerry at the Dawning Shadow, not enough for Zeus. Tries to astral flight, will escape for a moment, but FLICKR is here to shut him off.
Now we can just leave. Alifanta is dead. Nice.
Kerry does have to use the flash as FLICKR. Oh, FLICKR caught up. Death charge, stretch line locked up. FLICKR almost falls. The Inferno trigger will bury T1. Through all the circles of hell, Dante sends them down. Yes. FLICKR, you got a charm. FLICKR got a charm once again, and it's APA who shut down. Impact forced away, Cataclysm. They're gonna get it. They're gonna get it. Team Liquid against Storlords. 50-50 as Umpty dives in, but Owner says not today. Depth charge, and where's Zeus even gonna go? You don't get an opportunity to move as they manage to lock up FLICKR. The seismic shove doesn't hit, but the all-out is everything.
Nice. Let's go.
I'm T-Look with the lilting lullaby, but now he's going into his demise. Lance and Best will lock him up for a second, and the dawning shadows felt his doom. Core JJ falls back to the fountain, and T1 will extinguish the hopes of NA and have a date with destiny against G2.
May. Hot stuff in my veins, rock stockings. I change, don't ask for my pain. Get some jeans, some rains. Third time when I get up, little boy, G up. I'm dark, don't speak up. Dropped up, down, they need us. Taipei, I don't need. Can't nobody set me free. 给我一个思路 break. I just